Hello. Welcome. Happy holidays. Happy Toy Day. Happy Decemberween. Marty Crime Bus or whatever. All of those things. It's been a struggle for me to stream. And well, I guess it always has been. But I'm going to try. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. We are here again today to play Final Fantasy XIV, I guess. You know, the usual. Maybe I should stream other things now and then to mix it up. I don't know. But here we are. Just a normal time is happening here. So, today's quests for Final Fantasy XIV. There is a Christmas event, the Starlight Celebration. Well, I guess a winter event. And I will admit, to be honest, one of the primary reasons I managed to make myself stream today is that is not going to be available for much longer. So, I have to do it. It is required. Anyways, that should be in Gridania. If I can remember how to play this game. I've been distracted by other games. I keep trying to use all of the wrong controls. But anyway, hello. I really wish I could get myself to stream 2 or 3 times a week at minimum, but sure can't manage that very easily. Ah well. So you might be able to tell it might be a little bit more of a chill stream today, but we'll see. Hopefully still worth something. Now, the event should be beginning in Miketo's amphitheater, as usual. Well, not as usual. As occasional. Sometimes events happen here, sometimes events happen in Ul'dah. I don't know if there are any holiday events that start in Limsa. Actually, I think Valentione's Day did. Anyways. As you can see, the snow people are invading, laying claim to territory. And nobody can get rid of them. Not for the rest of the month, anyway. A very merry starlight to you, friend. Do you have any questions about the festivities? Nope. We gotta go this way, I think. I assume. There's a variety of presents and snow people and cat and a balloon, I suppose. These presents are not real, they are but illusions. One can hide entirely within this tower of snow, if one so chooses. This unamused-looking snow person seems to be bonking another one on the head with a present. Quite a display. Anyways, I suppose we should just get to the event. A very Yeti starlight. It's that special time of year. Greetings. Always a pleasure to meet a strapping adventurer like yourself. I'm Garaji, head celebrant in charge of the Starlight celebration, and you've come at just the right time to assist me in preparing for the festivities. That is why you're here, isn't it? You see, I have something of a beast problem. Nothing dangerous, I assure you, but it's not exactly my area of expertise. And I imagine a seasoned veteran, such as yourself, with all your experience dealing with Eorzea's more exotic fauna, would be better suited for the task. Come on out, Rudy. Ah, look at him. Yep. Look at this creature. What a creature. This little fellow is Rudy. At least that's what I've been calling him. He appeared all of a sudden when I was making my usual preparations, and now he doesn't seem to want to leave. I was wary at first, but he hasn't tried to cause any trouble. I dare say he's even better behaved than some of my little helpers. I've grown so fond of him, I just couldn't resist making him a little costume. Doesn't he look adorable in it? Yep. The only problem is that it's as if he's trying to tell me something. It seems terribly important to him, but for the life of me I can't figure out what it might be. I don't suppose there's anything you might be able to do to help, is there? Yep. Forgive me, I know I'm asking the nigh impossible. After all, it's not as if an adventurer like yourself has the ability to commune with beasts. Oh, whatever am I to do? It looks like you could use some help, my dear, says a mysterious voice. Wait, what? What? Did that squirrel just speak? By the 12, a talking squirrel. I think... Can't you say basically, by the 12, a talking cat in the Monster Hunter questline? And if you're a Mikote, you get a special response for that. Let's say that. Let's be dramatic about it. Ah, the reactions never fail to amuse. Yes, I can understand and speak your language just fine. You see, I don't know why this is the squirrel's voice, for you see, I am what is known as an auspice, a beast, proficient in the tongues of man. If you've traveled to the Far East, you may have encountered others of my kind. Hurry up and get to the Stormblood expansion. Jesus Christ, you're so slow at this. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Risai, a wanderer who goes wherever duty, sentiment, and the sweet smell of delectable desserts take me. A meeting with an old friend is what called me to Eorzea, but your festivities piqued my interest. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation, and it struck me that I might be of service. With Rudy? You can understand him? I would be a sad excuse for an auspice if I could not, so allow me to provide some enlightenment. It seems your furry little friend would entreat a favor of you. To wit, he is troubled by the fact that he's a bit of a runt compared to his brothers. They hardly even treat him like a real Yeti, making fun of him for the tiny snowballs he makes. Snowballs? Indeed, I heard that Yetis incapacitate and capture their prey by blowing frosty balls of snow and ice. Yep, etc. Your friend would politely point out that this is not true of all Yetis. Rudy and his kin live peacefully deep in the mountains, a far cry from the savage beasts that roam Kurthus. They vie for supremacy amongst themselves not through violence, but by competing to see who can build the biggest snowballs. Rudy was practicing making snowballs in secret to prove himself when he fell from a small precipice and got himself lost. He wandered the forest aimlessly for days and had just about given all hope when a white-haired fellow found and rescued him. The kindly fellow in question was none other than the Saint of Nemea, he says. Saved our poor Rudy before gallivanting off to the starlight celebration. Rudy, alas, didn't even get a chance to thank him, so now he wishes to find the saint and properly express his gratitude. What a touching story! Truly a starlight miracle. And I do very much wish I could help, but I'm sorry, Rudy. I fear I haven't a clue where the saint is now. He never sticks to one place for too long, you see. Always busy delivering gifts to children the realm over. Oh, yep. The best way to show thanks would be to pay his kindness forward. That's right. You can be one of his little helpers and help bring joy to all the young ones for the Starlight celebration. If you're lucky, you might even be able to meet him again. Yep. Rudy says he would be happy to help, as for that matter would I. At the very least, I can avail you as an interpreter. You'll be lending a hand too, won't you? Mild surprise. I understand that this is all rather sudden, but please tell me you'll agree. I'm sure it would mean the world to Rudy. Nod. Splendid. Now let us come up with a plan for getting this little one involved in the festivities. Time to celebrate the heck out of this season! In the name of adorable creatures. Good quest premise, A+. Yep. It's important to yip. I thank you again for your aid. Now there must be something special Rudy can do for the children this Starlight season. But what could that be? Might you have any ideas? Nod. Yep. What's that you say? The snowballs you make are so tiny that no one would ever want them? Do not be so hard on yourself, my little friend. Clearly your talents simply lie elsewhere, and it's our job to help you find them. Perhaps you could join the choir, for example. Can you sing? Let's hear it. Yerp! Thank you, Rudy. That was most unique. Unfortunately, perhaps it's not the best fit for singing starlight carols. There must be something we could do. I would hear your thoughts, adventurer. You could make snowballs for the snowball fight. That's the most obvious application. That is a possibility, yes, but the children rather enjoy making snowballs themselves. I'm not convinced that taking the task away from them would bring them much joy. Oh, that's true. That reminds me, what do you think of these, pray tell? I picked them up in Ulda. They're some kind of traditional confection, but they look rather snowballish, don't they? Perhaps we could make something similar for the festival goers to nibble on. Yep. That's right, Rudy. This is your chance to prove yourself once and for all. You're going to make the loveliest, most scrumptious snowball treats any Yeti ever has. And we'll be with you every step of the way. You just need to have faith in yourself. Yep. Well, if it's sweets we're making, I know just the person to help. Mother Mione at the Carline Canopy. I'm staying in a room there, and I must say I found her confections to be second to none. Shall we, then? So this talking squirrel is just casually staying at the inn. I guess I shouldn't be surprised by that. That's just a normal thing for squirrels to do. Probably. I keep wanting to use all of the controls for a different game. But this is not the same game as the other game that it isn't. As you might imagine. It might surprise you to know that when a game isn't a game, it's not the game that it isn't. Or something like that. Seems things are quite crowded for this Winter's Day celebration. I'm going the wrong way. Yep. Yep, indeed. Father Mion, there's something my friends and I would discuss with you. Yep. Quite the motley bunch, I see. What is it that brings you all here? I forgot what voice I gave her. I see. In that case, you've come at the perfect time. I believe I know a way that this might work in both of our favors. I'm in the midst of preparing starlight gift boxes for the children at Bent Branch Meadows. Exotic snow-themed sweets would be a most welcome addition. Then furnish you with said sweets we shall. That is, once we figure out precisely how we're going to make them. You leave that to me. I'll have a working recipe for you before you know it. In the meantime, might I ask you to pick up some of the ingredients we'll need in advance? I'll put it all on my tab, so you can simply pick everything up and bring it back here. It would be our pleasure, and don't you worry, Rudy. Our adventurer friend and I will handle the transactions. Yep. You do all the shopping by yourself, you say? Sucro need only stand back and watch? If you insist. What an eager little helper your friend is. Here, I've made a list of everything we need. Simply show this to the shopkeepers and they'll take care of you. The flour you can procure at the Whistling Miller and the oil at the Botanist's Guild. Do try to stay warm out there, okay? And with that, let us be off. First stop, the Whistling Miller. With us, Rudy. Yep. So my question here, Rudy here is trying to prove themselves. To show that they can do something. To show that they can contribute. And yet they are following directions and a recipe. Exactly. Maybe it's just me and how harsh to myself that I am, but that doesn't feel like it counts as contributing. Like, if I were to do this, it wouldn't feel like it would count as contributing something myself. I'm just following directions. But maybe Rudy will be satisfied where I wouldn't be. And that's what's important. Wait, who are you? Why is there a person named Simpkin? Why would you do this? Anyway, suppose we are meant to go over here. So Rudy hands over this list of ingredients from Mion, and the shopkeeper gives us what we need free of charge. This should be simple enough. It's gonna go weird. Yep. Is that a baby Yeti? Why is it dressed as one of the Saint of Nymea's helpers? Yep. A letter from Mother Mion? Let's see here. Ah, now I see. You're running an errand for the Carline Canopy. I can certainly help with that. Give me just a moment and I'll fetch you your flower. Going well so far? Here you are. This should be enough to last Mion for a while. Don't work yourself too hard now. Yep. Would you look at that? It would seem our friend Rudy is a natural at this. I dare say it couldn't have gone any smoother if we did it ourselves. To the Botanist's Guild for some oil. Off we go. Well, so far so good, I suppose. Let's see. Right, Botanist Guild is this way. I've leveled up Botany a little bit. It's possible they might know who I am. But maybe not. All we need now is the frying oil. With any luck, it will go as smoothly as the last time. Yep, 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 yep. Ah, begone, fell beast. Back to the forest with you. Yep, yep. Oh dear, it seems our little friend is in something of a pickle. We could go to his aid, but let us wait a bit still. It would give the lad more confidence were he able to overcome the predicament himself. It won't leave. Oh, what to do? I'd rather not involve the wood whalers. Yep, yep, yep. A note? Could it be that you're here on an errand of sorts? I'll be. Cooking ingredients from me own. Yeah, I thought you were some savage beast who'd wandered in here to cause trouble. Frying oil is all you need. I'd be happy to oblige. Just a moment. Hooray! It worked out in the end. Careful now, it's heavy. And do take care on your way back to the canopy, yes? Yep. I love Rudy's walking animation. Well, would you look at that? Rudy managed fine on his own after all. And now that we have everything we need, let's head back to the Carline Canopy and get all this to Mother Mione. Very well. Let's try and move the right way this time. Go in the right direction. Rather than the wrong one. If you think of directions only in the sense of right and wrong, there are only two directions. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's one of those things that sounds like it could be profound, but it isn't. So don't pay too much attention to it. He had us worried for a minute, but Rudy did a fine job. We may as well not have been there at all. Yep, yep, yep. Good to see you back safe and sound. And just look how well you performed your errand. You really are a wonderful little helper. Hooray! Let us make treats. And with that, we'll have everything we need to make sweet starlight treats for the children. It'll take me a little while to prepare, so how about a cup of piping hot tea while you wait? That would be splendid, Mother Mione, though I dare say it might make me crave for a little something sweet to go with it. Yip, yip. Yip. Yip, yip. Many yips. Yip, yip, yip. Amazing! I expected nothing less from you, Mione. Truly, your confections are simply to die for. Those look pretty good. You flatter me, Risai. Incidentally, you might be interested to hear that this is a traditional dessert called schneeballs, named after an old Hellsguard word meaning snowball. Perfect fit for a yeti, wouldn't you say? Schnee? Okay. Oh-ho, so it was no mere coincidence that they look like little snowballs. Aren't you holding one already? Yep, yep. You know, Rudy, you shouldn't let yourself be discouraged by what your siblings might say to you. There's no shame in being different from everyone else. Just look at me. I'm hardly like all the other squirrels out there, and do I let it bother me? Not at all. We should be proud of what sets us apart from others, not ashamed. Yep, yep, yep. Once we finish making these, my gift boxes will be ready for delivery to Bent Branch Meadows. Speaking of which, would you like to help in handing them out? There's no better reward for hard work than watching the children's faces light up with joy. Don't worry, you won't have to do all the work. I'll be asking the Starlight celebrants to assist as well. Well, what do you say? Yip, yip, yip. Rudy says he'd love to, and would most appreciate if you would join us. You'll do this for him, yes? Nod. What a cute little guy. You have my thanks. We'll make a few more batches of these and pack them up into the gift boxes for you. Amgaraji will be able to tell you what to do from there. Duly noted. Thank you for everything, Mion. Yep. And now back to the amphitheater we go. Welcome back. I trust that everything is well with our newest little helper. It actually went a lot better than expected. Rudy and the two of you are helping Mother Mion make snowball-shaped confections. What a splendid idea. The children will be delighted, I'm sure. Well done, Rudy. I'm so proud of how far you've come. Yip, yip. We would also like to assist in the handing out of presents at Bent Branch Meadows, if we may. Of course, I wouldn't want you to miss out on the joy of delivering the goodies and seeing the children's smiling faces. Please don't go anywhere just yet, Sucro. There's more I'd like to discuss before you set off to deliver gifts to the children. As one of the Saint's little helpers, it's Rudy's job to bring presents to the children and put smiles on their faces, and it's our job to help him. Yip, yip. Time to shine. Well, I do believe it's time to deliver presents to the children. You're still willing to help out, yes? It would be our pleasure, Rudy's most of all, and we'll be there to support him along the way. Excellent. On to business, then. My fellow celebrant, Banefeld, has been placed in charge of this task. Seek him out at Bent Branch Meadows, and he'll tell you everything you need to know. I shall do this task. I feel like some of the snow people should have cat ears, or horns, or tails. Just, they should represent Eorzea's races. That would be a fun little touch. But then they'd have to make new holiday assets, which might be a pain. I suppose if I find one of the right height, I can make it have cat ears myself by standing inside of it. Because snowmen aren't real. Snow people, snow women. All of the snow creatures are actually illusions to visit by Santa, as they say. Anyway, Yip, yip. I say, does Rudy not look a bit distressed to you? Can't say I blame him, of course. Being one of the Saint's little helpers is a lot of pressure for a little Yeti. About time you showed up. Am mentioned you might be helping out. And believe me, we can use all the help we can get. Then you will have ours. My Yeti friend Rudy, Sucro, and I, Risai, are more than happy to aid. Though I must say Mother Mion truly outdid herself this time. Just look at all these presents. Might I suggest that we split our duties, that we might deliver them to the children in a more efficient manner? Sucro, why don't you take a batch and go with Rudy? Meanwhile, I'll get started from the opposite side. Yip, 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 yip. Dear me, Rudy's so raring to go that it might be best to stand aside a bit and leave him to it. It would do wonders for his confidence, and I'm sure the children would delight in getting a gift from a seasonally fitting snow creature. Very well. Time for Rudy's big moment. Maybe. I want a present too, but the man standing in front of him looks like he could eat me. I'm hungry. I hope our presents come soon so we can go home and eat. What if your present was food? Yip, yip, yip. Please don't eat me. Yip. Present for us? You must be one of the Saint's little helpers. Rudy presents the gifts with as much of a flourish as his tiny arms can muster. These look absolutely delicious. I was just thinking about how hungry I was. Lucky me. Are you sure these are safe to eat? I suppose they must be, or that adventurer would do something about it. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, fluffy little helper. We'll be sure to not eat them all at once. Yip, yip, yip. Nod. These little snowballs are so sweet and crunchy. Thank you, little helpers. These are so tasty. Better than anything my mom could make. Again, like, Rudy didn't make these, but he is being very helpful. I wanted to go to into the city to see the Saint of Nemea, but Mother told me it's too dangerous to go alone. Doesn't she realize I'm not a baby anymore? Ah, these are Elizin children. All I got for Starlight last year was a tattered hand-me-down hat. Then again, I suppose I should be grateful I got anything at all. Yip, yip, yip. Monster, you adventurer, do something! Wait, I think it's holding something. What have you got there, little friend? Are those presents for us? Yep. Rudy presents the gifts with remarkable aplomb. Snowballs made of sugar. I've never seen anything like these before. They look so good! And I'm going to tell all my friends I got them from the cutest Saint's helper of them all. They smell delicious. Thank you very much for the gift, little helper. And you too, Mrs. Adventurer. Yip, yip, yip. Joy. Good job, Rudy. Yay. I can't believe I got to meet one of the Saint's little helpers and that he was so fluffy. Those snowball sweets were so good. Unlike the previous group of children, that kid ate them all at once, I guess. He was dispirited after all. He needed some. Behold, Rudy, the children simply adore the gifts you gave them. Yip, yip. You should be proud of yourselves. Your snowball sweets are the talk of the town, and not just among the wee ones. He brought us all a starlight miracle this year. What the? Yetis! Yetis in the ranch! Take cover at once! Trouble at the south gate? Oh, it's probably just Rudy's friends. Don't worry about it. Come on. It's gonna be fine. Look, they're also fluffy. What in the Seven Hills is going on? I know not from where, but a pair of the most fearsome Yetis just stormed through the gates. Grah! Yep. Oh dear, yes, I see. Lend me your ears, friends. There is no need to panic. Our large friends haven't come to attack us. They're simply Rudy's siblings, come to take their little brother home. You're a lucky Yeti to have such good family worrying about you, Rudy. Even if they do look like they're about to pummel you. I cannot deny that they are somewhat disgruntled. They disprove of the fact that Rudy allowed himself to be captured so easily. Captured? Think he can't fend for himself, do they? Yep. Tell him that's not what happened. Hello. Yep. Rah. Yep. Rah. Dramatic zoom in. Yep. Well, what are they saying? Did they sort it out? Oh, I'd say our little friend Rudy corrected them in scathing terms. He told them of the delicious snowball treats we made together, and how the children's faces lit up when they gave them their presents. He further added that he may be small, but he's proud of what can be accomplished. He's as proud as can be of what he accomplished, and shan't let anyone belittle him any more. Yep. Nod. Say, Rudy, how about letting your brothers try your snowballs? A taste is worth 1,000 words, after all. Well, they're not Rudy's, but okay. I mean, I guess he helped, but still. It sounds like it went pretty well. Aye, nothing like sharing tasty treats to bring a family together. Ah. Well, isn't that nice of him? Rudy's brothers just apologized for how they've treated Rudy all this time. They said they're proud to call him a brother and that he's more than welcome to join in their snowball fights from now on. Yep. And thus all went well. Speaking of Santa and how he's probably a primal, it was Godbert. Of course it's fucking Godbert. Of course. Rudy's brothers have finally accepted him for who he is. Turns out all he needed was a little help and support. Isn't that right, Sucro? Yep. Rudy says he intends to return with his brothers to their mountain home, and that he very much enjoyed his time with us. He only wishes he could have properly thanked the Saint of Nemea before he left. I wouldn't worry about that. I reckon the Saint heard you clear as can be. Look, this was sitting by those tasty morsels you made. It's a letter from you-know-who. Dear Rudy, your delightful little snowball treats simply sparkled with festive starlight spirit. I dare say you were the finest of all my helpers this season. Ho ho ho. Do you hear that, Rudy? It would seem the Saint was watching you work the whole time. Yep. Yep. Oh, Rudy, of course we will miss you too. Sucro, Rudy says that were it not for us, he would never have realized what he was capable of, or found the confidence to stand up to his brothers. He says that everyone he met here was so incredibly kind that he was able to make the best snowballs he's ever made. And finally, he says thank you, Sucro, for making this such a miraculous, memorable experience, one that he will cherish for the rest of his life. Yip yip. Fare thee well, Rudy, and promise that you'll come back to see your friends again someday, yes? Back home you go, then. Take care of yourself out there. There he goes. Aye, it'll be lonely here without the little guy. Worry not, my friends. Your paths may very well cross again someday. After all, we never know what fate has in store for us. And with that, we'd best return and report to Amgaraji. I suspect she'll be thrilled, if sad, to hear that Rudy has gone away home. Once again, back to the amphitheater. Go on, Sucro. Tell her everything that happened with Rudy. I will do that. All done handing out presents, are you? Thank you very much. And good work. Wait, where's Rudy gone off to? Rudy had to go back home. Home with his brothers, but I didn't get a chance to say goodbye. Or to ruffle his fluffy fur one last time. You were quite fond of the little fellow, weren't you? Of course. Who wouldn't get attached to that adorable, pouty little face? But if he's happy now, that's all that matters. Allow me to thank you both once more. Not just for your help with the festivities, but for everything you did for Rudy as well. You helped him find the confidence he needed to make his siblings accept him. Why, if Rudy's exploits don't fill you with the spirit of Starlight, I dare say nothing will. As a matter of fact, I myself am feeling more enthusiastic about the celebration than ever. And as head celebrant, I will do all in my power to spread smiles and joy with as much passion as Rudy did. Nod. I too very much enjoyed the time we spent together. Truly it was full of new experiences to look back upon fondly. Isn't that so, Sucro? Yet I fear the time has come for us to part ways. After all, I've lands to traverse, people to meet, and sweets to eat. I very much hope to see you again someday. And who is to say, should you ever find yourself in a pinch with a beast again, I may very well appear to lend an ear. Farewell. Smile. Thank you, truly. I know it isn't much, but please take this as a humble token of my appreciation. And believe it or not, the saint himself has expressed an interest in meeting you. No doubt he wishes to thank you in person. Whenever you have a moment, pray say the word. Wind up, Rudy. And Squirrel Emperor. Squirrel Emperor? I guess that's one thing you can call it. Friend to the furry. I am friends with at least a few of those. Having served dutifully as one of the saint's little helpers, Rudy returned to his home deep in the mountain. But thanks to a starlight miracle, a wandering saint succeeded in recreating a minion of the fellow so lifelike that it breathes. Why, it's a starlight miracle. Fond of mortal children, the Auspice Versailles once transformed himself into a learned man and taught the young ones their letters. Like the real Auspice, the self-created avatar goes wherever the winds of philanthropy and delicious sweets blow. Thanks to the predation by other rodents, only the fittest and most vicious of squirrels survive to adulthood. Okay, if you say so. Now, before we continue the actual quest, stop that. It's not quite the same animation. I'm honestly slightly disappointed, but also it's still very cute. Look at him go. He's going. Gonna deliver all the presents. Oops. What a good creature. Saintly inspiration. This seems to be repeatable, interestingly. Is it strange that I got so attached to Rudy in such a short time? Either way, I only hope we can meet him again someday. But this is no time to get all sentimental. I still have work to do. And remember, the Saint of Nemea wishes to have a word with you if you have the time to spare. He didn't mention exactly what he wants, but he was most insistent that you come alone. Whatever do you think it could be? Definitely not Godbert, actually. Definitely a completely separate individual. Ho ho ho! Thank you for joining me, my adventuring friend. As no doubt you know, I am the Saint of Nemea, bringer of gifts and joy to children all across the realm. Amgaraje has told me all about your exploits this starlight season, that I simply had to express my gratitude in person. Truth be told, I was observing you the whole time from a distance. Why, I almost wished that I could have joined you myself, but it's my policy to stay out of the spotlight, or the starlight as it were. Besides, you and your furry friends were having such a jolly time that I couldn't bring myself to intrude. Watching Rudy help make those delightful snowball treats and grow into a confident little helper was a wonder to behold. A true starlight miracle. Which brings me to my request. I was hoping you might inspire me the same way you did young Rudy. For you see, as much as it pains me to admit this, I find myself at a loss for new gift ideas this year. If you don't mind, I was hoping we might spend a little time together, just the two of us. What say you, friend? And what would we do? I just want a taste of that inspiration of yours. I'm sure some quality time with you is precisely what I need to rekindle my creative spirit. Ho ho ho! No need to look so alarmed. I won't ask much of you. I would simply have you accompany me on a little stroll. The decorations are most lovely, after all. Why not take in the festive atmosphere together? We can amble about Old Gridania and make our way to Nofika's altar. There are a few spots in particular I'd like to take in with you along the way. Just one would be plenty if you've other places to be, though if you could spare the time, I'd love to see 3. And with that, let us be off. Ho ho ho! Ready? Then let us enjoy ourselves a most inspiring stroll. The Saint of Nemea is now accompanying you. Lead him to the designated locations and speak with him there. You may choose from among 6 of the Saint's desired destinations. Apkalu Falls, the Lancers Guild, the Leatherworkers Guild, the Marketplace, the Watermill, and the Great Loam Growery. You must stay close to your companion in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave the Saint behind by entering a different area, putting too much distance between you, or speaking with him and selecting the option to part ways. Okay. This is a preview of Endwalker quest mechanics. Actually. How fast can you run, Santa? Well, let's just go to the first glowy spot that we can see. What a lovely spot indeed. I must say, attuning my ears to the sound of the babbling river and spinning water wheel instills me with a transcendent calm. That said, it's a bit chilly here at water's edge, is it not? Most fortunate that I'm layered up nice and warm. Why, I dare say I was even feeling a bit hot. A bit of cool air might have been just what I needed for inspiration. Smile and also sigh. Perhaps I could make a gift of garb and garments to keep out the chill of winter. That would be a fine idea. Why did I not think of this sooner? Thumbs up. I don't suppose it will let me accompany him to all locations. Conversation points which offer additional topics of discussion. Okay. I wonder if it gives you that tutorial if you've already seen... if you've already experienced Endwalker. Indeed, I wonder if it will give me that tutorial... like, in Endwalker? Now, or if Santa has overwritten the tutorial needed aspects. That would be pretty funny. He seems pretty good at following, so that's fine. I don't think he'll jump off of a cliff with me for a shortcut. Probably. So how do you get down there properly? Oh. That makes sense. What have you to say about this location? Such a magnificent tree. Clearly it's been tended to with the greatest of care. You can feel the love that those who work here have for nature. A gentle tranquility permeates the very air around us. I think I've done like 7 voices for this guy already. It's quite the departure from the bustling crowds that are the norm at most places I visit. Just the other day at the I'm Santa. The gold source, as in a mine of sorts. I'm so inspired I feel as if I had struck gold. Ho ho ho. It's obvious who you are, silly Santa Min. But what treasures still await us? Onward we go. Shrug. No, I must show him to every location. I have to receive all of the dialogue. This is Nofika's altar here, right? No? Wait, where actually is that? Ah, it's right there. Okay. Right, that's like the conjurer place. What if I sprint? Okay, you can sprint too. Good. At least you've got that ability. Don't have all day, Santa. Gotta hustle. I can't buff Santa though. That's unfortunate. Already too powerful, doesn't need a shield, I guess. We can go this way. And then circle back around, I think. That'll work. I hope it lets me see everything and not just 3 or whatever it said. Ooh. Hey, did I get any achievement point while I'm here? 14 achievement certificates, which still can't really do anything that I don't already have. Hooray! They should add more things that those are for, probably. What say you, Santaman? Oh, such a lovely, tranquil place, yes? Just gazing out upon the dancing water gets my juices flowing. I am all but certain that inspiration would strike me at any moment now. I can feel it coming. Almost there. Fold arms. Questioning head tilt. Or perhaps not. I was certain I had something for a moment there, but it seems to have eluded me. No matter, my mind is now clear and ready to be filled with new ideas. I must say, spending time with you has been every bit as stimulating as I expected. I won't go to the altar. Oh wait, no, that was the... I can't do anymore. It really does prevent... Aw, come on. That's rude. I have to see all the funny dialogue, dang it. Darn it. Because the objectives are no longer on the map. Well, I guess I should just go complete things then. There is a line somewhere in this quest that I wanted to see, and I might not see it. But we'll see. We'll see if I see. I suppose. I guess that might be why the quest is repeatable, though. But also, I don't care enough to repeat it if I can't do all of it right now. Truthfully. Ho ho, as all good things do, it would seem our little journey has come to an end. I can just feel the fire of inspiration coursing through me. Many thanks for the kindling, my friend. All that remains is to bring my ideas to life in the form of gifts for the children. I must be off to my workshop. That said, I very much enjoyed our little starlight stroll together. I do hope you feel the same. It was entertaining. Ho ho ho. My apologies if I get a bit carried away at times. As the Saint of Nymea, I vowed to devote my life to helping others. I believe the two of us are rather alike in that sense. And your exploits this season have reminded me anew of just what the starlight spirit is all about. Anyone, be they man or beast, can bring joy and wonder to the world if they so choose. Smile. It's a wonderful thing, is it not? I must channel this vim and vigor towards crafting new gifts for the children. I fear this means our time together is at an end. Ho ho ho. Don't tell me, you're curious about what I'll be making for them, yes? Walking about town with you, I was struck by the calmness I felt looking at the streetscapes veiled in white, and the warmth that welled up in my heart in seeing the smiling faces of the townspeople. That's when it hit me. I could craft snow globes, little spheres of glass depicting the starlight season here in Gordania. The children would enjoy that, don't you think? That's not a bad idea, actually. With that, I'd best get to work giving physical form to my ideas. Do send Amgaraji my regards. Ho ho ho. I think the line I was looking for might have been at like the Lancers Guild or something. There's a joke about how belts were removed somewhere in this quest line, where the Saint of Nymea says something about, like, they treat belts in the same way that they treat the Warriors of Light, in the sense that, like, when they say that when they tried to imagine what they looked like, they saw nothing but, like, a silhouette and a blinding glare. It's exactly the way they describe the Warriors of Light early on in the story, which is pretty funny. The Saint was beaming from ear to ear on his way out. You must have had quite the time together. But where's my head? He left this as a special starlight gift just for you. Excuse me. I do hope you enjoy the festivities, and if you're so inclined, do check back in with the Saint before the season's over. I'm sure he'd be overjoyed to see you again. Magic Prism. Yeah, I can do that again, I suppose. But I don't know, we've spent enough time, I think. What does this do? Sparkly. That's fun. And on that note, I'm going to be right back. Hello, I have returned. Would you like to know what kind of strange trains of thought I have sometimes when I briefly step away? So, for some reason, when I thought of merging with the snowmen, the snow people here, and the presents and all that, I was like, what if my special power, what if Sucro's special power is to travel through snow? That would be a really weird, limited power, wouldn't it? It's like a really limited stand power or something. And then I thought, maybe to make that power less limited. What? Okay. The person with that power would also be able to conjure snow. And then I remembered that Olaf from Advance Wars has the power to create snow, basically. And then I wondered if the chair that Olaf is depicted as sitting in the first Advance Wars game is his stand. And that's where I'm at now. Olaf is a stand user. That's my conclusion. Anyways, let's actually continue the game, perhaps. Moving on to patch 2.5. Before the fall. What's falling? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out together. I mean, technically speaking, I know exactly what's falling, but, you know. That's a nice coat. What's this coat that you're wearing? I've been sidetracked by this individual. Oh, that's just the level 80 healing coat. You know, something that's actually really funny is that this coat is extremely similar to the coat that I'm currently wearing in Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. Anyways. We gotta go to the Rising Stones, which I think is probably this one. Sure is. Hugobert. How's everyone doing out here? A lot of new faces coming in from all over to join the Crystal Braves. We're glad for the help, of course, but it's still a right pain in the arse training them up. I think I've read all of this. Yeah, Thancred's being owned over here. I mean, to be fair, that could be a new way of him getting owned. Nope, it's just the same one. Thancred is always doing this. There might be new stuff to say. There might be new stuff for people to say to me after this, though. Let's continue the story. Good intentions. That's what you pave the road to hell with, so I'm sure that this is gonna go well. I am most eager to address the Asian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, Antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Sucro, in particular, is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. Nod. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officials was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Adeleji and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Nice rhyme, Alphino. Plainly, General Ralban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I'm to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best if I were to remain in Ul'dah, unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Moonbreeda's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I'm not familiar with the details. Urianger is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Thancred is getting shit-faced drunk and owned repeatedly, to raise morale. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Sucro, while we focus on that task, mayhap you could assist Alphino and his braves with theirs. It would do much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Nod. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riol's latest report. He is proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Ul'dah riots. When you're finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. So, due to our position of status and privilege, I guess, that we earned by saving the world, our task is to make people look good by being near them. Great. I'm sure that the monetarists won't immediately be able to, spin this as, oh, she's being paid by them, oh, she's corrupt, oh, the Warrior of Light, oh, the Warrior of Light was really a Warrior of Blight this whole time, what? You know, that sort of thing. Hello, Sucro. Are you sleeping well? You must be absolutely exhausted from saving the realm on a daily basis. I mean, I don't know if I saved the realm. Oh, hey, Thancred is less owned over there. I guess we do have new things to say. Ever since Moonbreeda arrived, the Rising Stones has been buzzing with excited energy. I must admit, her enthusiasm is rather contagious. When the City of Learning was abandoned, a great many tomes were scattered and lost. How smoothly our research might proceed were we able to peruse the archives of yesteryear. I'm unfamiliar with the dishes of the lands to the north. Perhaps once Moonbreeda has concluded her current research, she might deign to share with me her culinary knowledge. Moonbreeda has charged us with acquiring some rather esoteric manuscripts, but I'm afraid the task is proving to be nigh impossible. We needed a rare ore to modify the white auracite, and Thancred solved the problem using only his link pearl. I mean, it's great and everything, but where's the fun in that? Thancred is making phone calls. When one is in need of precious commodities, it helps to have friends in the right places. Fortunately, I am well acquainted with the charming daughter of a successful Ul'dah import merchant. Okay, maybe Thancred does have the use. We were but stripling adventurers the night we saw fire rain from the sky and a pillar of light scorch the heavens. What a sight that was, eh, Colton, eh? Hori and I were in eastern Thanalan when the colossal shards of Dalamud pierced the ground. We stood witness to the subsequent explosion of ether, and watched dumbfounded as the swirling energy solidified into those twisted crystal structures that we know so well. That we now know so well. Those two have been telling me stories about the corrupted crystal formations that appeared following the calamity. I'll need more data before I can draw a conclusion, but I'm intrigued by the potential of their untapped energies. Do you mean like the corrupted crystal, or is that separate? I've forgotten already. Anyone else around here? Gotta check up on everyone. Is everything in order, Sucro? Are you ready to attend us? Pleasure as always, Sucro. You'll be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it. Actually, I had another task in mind for her. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report for her benefit. Right then. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons what found their ways into refugee hands a while back. So happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near Highbridge. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have the clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind that merchant what caught an arrow while talking to Sucro, don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, it might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Sucro? Nod. Then it's settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah. I expect good tidings. I guess even if this isn't relevant to what we're doing, we are still intercepting and preventing a black market weapon deal, which sounds like a good thing to do. It's probably a good thing to not have illegal weapons trade around, just in general, you know? Hello. You missed the rest of the Starlight Celebration questline. Not that I did. I didn't talk to the Saint of Naimea at every possible location since it only let me do 3 at a time and I didn't want to repeat the quest. But you missed that. And now we are going to investigate black market arms trade that has been discovered by the Crystal Braves. We suspect that it might be connected to the riots in Ul'dah recently. Someone purchasing a large quantity of weapons wishing to keep it secret. Even if this isn't relevant, it's probably a good idea to not have black market arms trade going on. Or like, honestly, the less arms trade in general going on, the better. But anyways. Ah, Sucro. My scouts have been keeping There's a fate over there. My scouts have been keeping a close eye on the black marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he's hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common thugs of no consequence, but nevertheless they pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a woman of your standing, and Commander Leveilleur needn't have dispatched you hither. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends, and having found one in you, 'tis only natural he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Interesting observations there, Ilbert. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Sucro. So the reason that this fate that's happening has special music is because it's one that takes place in a series of quests. The attack on High Bridge. There's a lot of NPCs screaming about, take me if you must, but spare my wife, and such things. But you know, we're not really concerned about that right now. We're only concerned about the arms trade. That's what the quest marker's telling me anyways. Well, Ilberd? Cool view. What's up? I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a diversion, a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the Black Marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Okay. Greetings, hired thug. How are you? Who goes there? An adventurer? Damn fool, you should never come. You should never come here. You should have never come here. That took a few tries. You never should have come here. Now you're gonna pay, as they say in Borderlands, I think. I might be a little bit overpowered. You know, it's just possible. Alright. There's Golden Fleece here. And in case you didn't remember, the Furball line of creatures looks like a fluff ball, but it has this horrifying, awful face. Let's stop looking at it. Well, here's a suspicious tunnel entrance. I'll just stand here. I don't understand. What's this all about? Ah! Well, it sounds like suspicious things are happening inside of the tunnel. I like how this area looks. Ilberd, did you kill? Did you do a kill? Were we supposed to kill? Whatever. As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out. But before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. I don't know. Judging by the particular screams that I heard, that doesn't sound like a completely accurate representation of what just happened. I mean, he yelled, "I don't understand, what's this all about?" And then, ah! I don't know if I believe that statement of yours. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard, and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Leveilleur will be most disappointed. I also don't see anyone else here, so, you know... Also, the music is telling me that this is suspicious. Ilberd. Damn it all, a golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slip past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of Duskwhite sellswords we suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the immortal flames or the brass blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we've secured the weapons, and even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. So, okay. There's no subordinates here. The person yelled, "I don't understand," and then just screamed in pain. That doesn't sound like the thing that a guy drawing a knife on you would yell. I will join the first in their hunt for the Duskwight sellswords. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Ul'dah in my stead. Entrust them to the third's Yu Hase. He will take care of the rest. Oh, Yu Hase, the one who only cares about money and nothing else. I'm sure that's also fine. Confiscated crate. A wooden box filled with contraband. I mean, that's not wrong. That's exactly what it is. Forensics were involved in the game. This would involve me getting my fingerprints all over a box of contraband, which I'm sure is also fine. With remarkable ease, you secure the wooden crate, it says. Does Hildebrand really know what forensics are, though? I don't think he does. Hildebrand probably... Oh, okay. Oh, look at all this... all these stickers and things. Oh, I was saying earlier that they should have still people that had, like, ears and horns and stuff to represent the races of Eorzea, and they do have Mikote ones! Right here. The little cat ear snow peoples. Incredible. Outstanding. 10 out of 10. 20 out of 10. 17 out of 10. Why did I lower it? I don't understand myself. Perfect. Incredible. Outstanding. Okay. I don't know if I would have noticed that otherwise. Are they, like, only right there? That'd be funny. Hello, various people. Why, Sucro, this is a surprise. Resh wished for me to thank you for helping us to rescue her from Castrum Sentry. How fortunate that we could meet again so soon. Did you hear, my friend? I've received my first official assignment as a full-fledged member of the Crystal Braves. Ah, the Warrior of Light, ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Kurthus. Now what brings you to us this day? I have a crate of illegal weapons. It's illegal, and it's loud. A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say? Understood. Once we've catalogued the contents, we'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Riel stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood. Clearly, Riel is unfamiliar with the ways of Ul'dan merchants who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the ceruleum processing plant. Time for the Fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Elian, for the freedom of all. Everybody do the weird salute. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the immortal flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again. Sucro, a word if it please ye. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time, don't you worry. At least this guy has become slightly more reliable and less of a rude jerk, but... You know, I guess one could also argue that the various very small snow people are representative of Lalafell. Because, like, these two right here are approximately Lalafell-sized, so, you know. I suppose that there could be snow Lalafell around. And if there is an especially large one, it could be a snow Rogadin, perhaps. I don't know how you would make a snow person appear extra buff. Actually, I kind of do, but I'm just imagining a Rogadin wearing the snowman head item. A Snowgadin, yes, exactly. Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and bustle of commerce means that most conversation goes unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burnin' Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything, leave no detail out. Well, it was really suspicious, and the guy screamed, but it didn't sound like he was drawing a weapon. That's not quite how the first told it. Those Duskwights they were chasing, latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw them yourself. Not before the fighting started, and not after. Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, goddamn it. I know he purchased the weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking Gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I've a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then, best get back to it. Phone call. Sucro, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you're able. What's up, Tataru? For some reason, I feel like I can imagine that of all of the characters in this game, Tataru might be one of the most likely to accidentally summon a primal, and I don't know why I'm thinking this. I mean, Greg did accidentally summon a primal. Imagine if Tataru's wish to be useful was so fervent and so incidentally next to crystals that Tataru herself transformed into a primal of the Warrior of Light. Or something like that. Or maybe we're already a primal this whole time. Who knows? I'm just speaking random words out of my mouth, I suppose. Incidentally, I keep trying to say snow person, but sometimes I accidentally say snowman. Still, I feel a little bad about it. It's not a big deal, and I do correct it, so... Anyway, what's up, Tataru? Anyone else have anything to say first? Looks like we're in the same state. I've been using Thancred as a way to measure the current state of dialogue, because he seems to move about and get owned a lot. Ah, that works too, I suppose. Thank you for coming so quickly, Sucro. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you, a most determined lady by all indications. Lucia? She's the only Ishgard lady that we know currently, I think. Okay. Our guest is with the antecedent in the solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? Time for a break from intrigue to deal with dragon. Probably. It's Lucia, hello. At this point, it'd be more unnerving if he spoke plainly. Oh, Urianger. Unexpected tidings from the north, borne by the Lord Commander II. What manner of wind bloweth this day? Probably a cold one, 'cause it's from Ishgard. There's a cold front. I don't know what I'm talking about. This is no time for idle chatter. Fine. Good of you to join us. We have much to discuss. I forgot what Lucia voice sounds like. What's up, gang?
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you.
I don't think Sucro...
The two of you have met.
I don't think Sucro would say, "What's up, gang?" now that I think about it. Russian? Nah.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer.
Yeah, she's a little... maybe a little bit.
The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Oh, that's what Moonbrita sounds like.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
It'd be funny if she just said dragons, and that was the entire elaborate...
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm.
Okay...
Last night, the dragon star burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers.
Okay...
Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
There be dragons, I guess.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
I think the meter of that statement would have worked better if it was just beckons instead of beckoneth. But I guess I shouldn't critique Urianger.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the dragon star is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard-Zomer himself who cried out on this occasion.
Oh right, we're saying Midgard-Zomer for some reason.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Gallian fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Urianger has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the dragon star portends, the great worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Tataru voice? No? Okay. She still only gets one voice line?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard's Orma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was
Sniffly
Midgard's
today.
song. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
Sure. I like to look at things. Nod.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
I like to investigate
To
mysteries.
prepare for what, pray tell?
Dragons. It's dragons.
Great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Yeah, it's dragons. Oh, I can critique Urianger? I'll consider it. Do you think Urianger responds well to criticism? Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. Nod. As Urianger stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius von Baelsar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought of his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgard Sormer, legendary guardian of the Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of the Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's cerulean engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. The same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing ether for malms around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center, a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Emmeric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There's much to be done, and precious little time to do it. Nods all around. I forgot about Urianger's aversion to swimming. Midgard Sormer was once worshipped as the guardian deity of Silvertear Falls, yet there he's lain for 15 years. Before I depart, I must needs speak with the antecedent in private, if you would be so kind. Okay, bye. Oh gods, if that charred monstrosity actually returned to life, I don't know what I would do. Lady from Ishgard cuts quite a gallant figure, doesn't she? Considering the sudden arrival of foreign envoys and the like, preparing suitable meals at the Rising Stones can prove to be an interesting challenge. Though it may seem tedious when compared with the smiting of terrible foes, poring over crumbling scrolls is one of a scion's most important duties. Without the illumination of knowledge, we but vainly flail at specters in the dark. Everyone does have new dialogue, despite being in the same place. We were able to locate those elusive manuscripts in the archives of the Thaumaturges Guild. I had not spoken with the new guild masters, but thankfully... I had not spoken much with the new guild masters, but thankfully they were willing to accommodate us in our search. I traveled to Ul'dah to meet with Thancred's friend, the one who promised us the rare ore, and she began cursing me with words I've only ever heard from the mouths of pirates. I still have no idea what she was so angry about. In hindsight, mayhaps sending a lady in my stead was not the wisest of decisions. Pray ignore my ramblings. Okay, Thancred is getting owned, but, like, not directly this time. I'm pushing ahead with my research as quickly as I dare. The next time you face an Ascian, I would have you fight with a proper weapon in hand. I must confess, the relationship between those crystal formations and the destruction of the Ascians quite escapes me. Professor Lambertine has published a thorough study on corrupted crystals and their properties. I highly recommend you procure yourself a copy of his work. Oh yeah, that guy. That part of the story was a pain in the butt. The one where we had to run about and collect the wrong thing repeatedly because we couldn't tell them what we needed because it was... I don't know why not. Such is the way of things, I suppose, at times. I accidentally fell out of the computer for a second. You're in luck, miss. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Sentry, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. I cannot say for certain at this distance. I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. What about Dragon, though? Any Dragon activity? So it's true, then. The Ishgardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again. Well, from here that seems rather unlikely, but if it's assurances they want, you'll have no choice but to expect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I would say. Well, time for another unsynced dungeon stomp. The Keeper of the Lake. I think I'd actually kind of forgotten at what point in the story this was. But I knew it was soon. I've forgotten how to navigate menus. I knew it had to be soon. Here we go. Let's see how well this lake is being kept. We might have heard this music in the Palace of the Dead already. This is a very cool dungeon, if I remember correctly. A very cool piece of the story. Something interesting. You know it's a cool dungeon because it starts immediately with crabs. And you can't go wrong with crabs. That's just a fact about life. Even though they are called Codpiece Clipper, and I would prefer that they weren't. Anyway. Well, we have dragons of some manner here. Some Gervanians, I suppose. Son of the Keeper. Ah, we've also got Funny Giant Toad. Another creature that's difficult to use incorrectly. A creature that is difficult... It's difficult to go wrong with this creature, is what I mean to say. Thankfully, I remember how to play well enough to just... to do something that takes very little effort, I suppose. Ah, Einhander. Very well. This boss has a gimmick. I don't remember it. Also, it plays regular battle music. I think the gimmick is primarily to avoid the cerulean tanks. Yeah, I guess he does have one limb. Hence the Einhander. You might be supposed to destroy the cerulean tanks in the regular context of the fight, so that they don't overwhelm you with their explosions that they will do eventually. Ah, here we have the Empire. Ah, you knock them away, you don't destroy them, right? Oh yeah, as much as this dungeon is cool, it does have one, negative component, which is that this alarm doesn't shut up for a long time. I hope you like a klaxon in your life. One time on a school field trip many, many years ago, the hotel that we stayed in overnight, the smoke alarms were malfunctioning and could not be disabled. They were constantly going full blast the entire night, and we had to try and sleep through it. It was pretty bad. I'd be surprised if anyone slept well that day. That enemy is supposed to be slightly more of a big deal. A little mini-boss of sorts, I suppose. Okay, so the alarm doesn't... The alarum, I suppose I should say, doesn't last forever. But it is irritating. Ah, the Magitech gunship. What a generic-seeming name for a boss fight, honestly. Also just plays regular battle music. also has a gimmick, I think. One of the gimmicks is that many Imperials appear. Ah yes, leaving fire trails. You have to sort of guide it around in a way so that it doesn't coat the entire battlefield with them, if I remember correctly. Or maybe you just have to not... Maybe you just have to deal with it. Either way, it's dealt with. Also, an interesting thing about this dungeon is the way it's constructed. There aren't that many dungeons at this... I don't think there are many dungeons that are divided into, like, several pieces like this. Also, we are now wandering up a corpse. Like, directly. I assume we are on Midgard-Sormer's scales at this moment. Thanks? The Imperials are trying to do something, which apparently includes clearing the way for me by accident. But yeah, this is definitely dragon. I mean, sort of mixed together with the ruins and rubble, but... It's got a really weird look, like either the ruins or the corpse grew around each other, which is not something that naturally should happen, one would assume. But it's a very interesting and neat environment. There are a lot of dragons. Speaking of dragon... This song.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Did I do that? I'm Sucro. I'm a cat. You're a dragon. Hi.
Thou hast forgotten the face of thy Lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
Is this voice acting Steve Bloom? Or does it just sound like Steve Bloom? Because Steve Bloom can do about 2 voices. Maybe that's unfair. Steve Bloom is made to do about 2 voices. Anyway. Hello, Midgard-Sormer, also known as Midgard-Zomer, also known as Midgard-Zolom, also known as... Okay, this isn't Steve Bloom. Also known as Midi, who's the best, I've heard. So this fight also has a gimmick. I forgot what it is. Come then, thou shalt be weighted in the balances. Receive of my breath, and you shall live once more. Oh, the gimmick is that Midgard-Somer can't be hurt while this dragon is alive. Or at least that's part of the gimmick. Another part of the gimmick is, you gotta kill this. I remember that. And then you have to activate this. Okay. Yeah. Sort of like a mini... Hearken to me, mortal, and thou shalt know I am thy lord. Into thee I place my spirit. Rise, my child, and join in the chorus. I think I may have activated the thing too early, but also didn't matter. So this fight is like kind of a notable rise in difficulty and complexity for a dungeon fight, I believe, at this point in the game. Also, Midgard-Zorm is going crazy on the piano right now. Oh, that's mean. So thou art gifted. Voices someone in Endwalker, huh? I'll see that in about 500,000 years. Probably. Hooray! I beat up the spirit of Midgardsormr, and surely nothing will go wrong as a result of this action. I got a coat. Bye. Bye, Midgard Yormer. Midi. Well, that went fine.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve.
Maybe it's not fine.
Speak, mortal, and I shall listen.
Wait, were we here to ask a question? I don't think we were. I'm a cat?
Guided by a star. My people have heard the song.
Oh,
Ishgard shall burn.
great. That'll melt the snow at least. I guess. That seems bad though.
Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds.
That's fucking bullshit. People aren't responsible for this shit their ancestors did. I understand that you live for like 100,000,000 billion years, so the sense of time and scale doesn't make sense to you. But whatever. And we're going to spend a whole storyline talking about how that's bullshit. So get ready for that,
Do not
MIDI.
forget. We do not forgive.
Though, okay, honestly, I also can hold a grudge sometimes, so... Like, I get it. Also. But, like, don't do that.
7 children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution.
Okay.
I rise to join in the chorus.
So... I guess your children believe in being the responsibility of ancestors, so I don't know.
Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end.
I just don't think it's a great idea to destroy an entire nation because of something that happened a really long time ago, probably. Maybe we should discuss this more. What?
Trickery is thy shield. This frail, noble creature is not gifted, but chosen.
I can be both.
Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent.
I sign the terms and conditions. The terms of service are agreeable. I, who reads all of the text before clicking agree. As it states in Index S of Heidelin's Terms of Service, when Heidelin chooses a champion, you can't be too much of a jerk to them. Sometimes. Just kidding, laser! Ugh. And then Sucro died. Not really. Welcome to the Crystal Zone. It's been a while, hasn't it? The Chamber of the Sages. What are we doing here? Whoop. Huh, that's interesting. Well, that seems bad.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker.
I didn't really think you were playing a paladin, so I didn't think that was your archetype. No, not really.
Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine.
Yeah, Midgard Storm's hands are busy playing the piano solo that you're hearing right now. So he can't use them to do harm.
I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
That seems bad, though.
Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
However, like, A+ way to raise the escalate, to raise the stakes, as it were. Hey, your god blessing power prevented you from being destroyed by Ultima. But fuck that. It's gone now. Goodbye. Also, it's tiny Midgard Stormer here to make fun of you.
The covenant binds me to thee.
Oh, okay, so we just, like... You can only be in one covenant at a time. We just, swore allegiance to a new one, thus breaking the old one. Midgard Stormer, I hope you're not one of the PvP covenants.
I shall watch, listen, and wait.
Also, it's really funny seeing this tiny baby MIDI making the same voice, honestly.
Fight and struggle, if it be thy will.
You better believe it be my will.
Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp.
I'm not man, I'm cat. And lady. So you don't know what you're talking about.
I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life.
Okay, so you absorbed the Heidelin power, and you said it in a weird way.
When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice.
So basically, in the long run, everything about me coming here was a bad idea.
The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
And it is not allowed for you mortals to play the dragon song on the performance mode because of licensing issues. Once more, you must hearken to the terms of service. That's really all MIDI's about, is the TOS. You'll never find an individual who fucking loves the terms of service of any service more than Midgard-Sormer. You may summon Midgard-Sormer by selecting the corresponding entry within your minion guide. Achievement unlocked, Despicable You. Good fucking timing, MIDI. You gave me the achievement for having enough minions of a specific type. Or just having 50 minions. Okay, I did not plan to have 49 minions before receiving Midgard-Sormer. So that's actually extremely funny. Amazing. So, as part of the character arc of this video game, I'm going to headcanon it that Midgard-Sormer has replaced the Galacat by force and is just here now. Midgard-Sormer, like, took over the body of my cat or something. Like the other cat, not the main cat. He's gonna watch and listen and be an asshole. That's just what he's here for. Father of dragons, keeper of the lake, bane of the 14th Legion. While it's difficult to believe the Yomlong pup could be any of these things, he assures you his current form is only temporary, while he awaits the reconstruction of a new corporeal vessel. Midgard-Sormer was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. Midgard-Sormer was added to my favorites. Not really, but also, like, you know, for convenience. So, hey, I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? You shouldn't waste time talking to... Oh yeah, Midgard-Sormer lands on your shoulder. You shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphino left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. MIDI, you're clipping through my hat. You were truly a villain. I think probably it's established that due to the Covenant or some such, most people can't see MIDI. So people mostly won't notice that there's a tiny dragon on my shoulder. I think. Let's take a dramatic walk back and just absorb everything that just happened. Midgard-Sormer forcefully formed a covenant, a pact of sorts, removing the power and blessing of Hydaelyn from Sucro, putting her in considerably more danger than she was before. And also, he's just gonna be around and watching. He's just going to do that now. He's going to criticize all of my small micro decisions. Midgard-Sormer is going to make fun of the cereal that I choose to eat at breakfast. Midgard-Sormer is going to nag me for not reading the entire terms of service before I sign it. Midgard-Sormer is going to criticize my fashion choices. Hey, Lucia, things got fucked up. Have you spoken with Commander Leveilleur yet? He has been pacing again. Don't you want to know about how fucked up all the shit got? I guess we're gonna get to that. Midgard Swarmer, however, is shy and doesn't want to appear inside of the Rising Stones. Except maybe in a cutscene. Truth interpreted is truth transformed. Today's heroes may yet become tomorrow's gods, or something else. Welcome home, Sucro. Alphino was worried sick about you. Why don't you go and set his mind at ease? There's not a lot of ease to set around here. I'm not going to be setting down much in the way of ease. Mostly things in the way of bad news. Praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Sir Emeric's request. You've completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it. I would hear your report. Well, a lot happens, and I'm a cat. You conversed with Midgard Sormet. I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Wormlord did not perish and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? That's just like a small nap for a dragon timeline, isn't it? Less a resurrection and more a rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Yeah, exactly. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Emeric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgard Sormer in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk, lest we forget men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection and the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Emeric's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Well, okay. Is there something you are not telling us, Sucro? Did I mention that the blessing of Hydaelyn has been forcibly removed? You seem different somehow. It is almost as if you are missing something. Something important. Am I not going to tell you about that? Maybe I'm telling you about that right now? 12 for Fend. Midgard Sormer stripped you of the blessing of light. Are you alright? Tell me, how do you feel? I feel okay. I'm still a cat. I see. It's a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgard Sormer made mention of a covenant, did he not? You can only have one of those at a time. I hope it's not a PvP covenant. One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Altheic and Nymea, brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgard Sormer ever watch over the source, from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke? It was not the gods with whom he treated, but Hydaelyn herself. If he's watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Art thou a pawn or a master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? Well, I want whatever this is. I guess. I'll deal with it. Sometimes you just rot things, right? Hey, I'm normal. Don't ask any questions. I'm normal.
My friend, I can scarce believe you confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale.
He didn't say anything because I can't hear or understand Dravanians, and I'm not a heretic. I'm fine and normal. And a cat.
I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness.
Everything
Your
else is
encounter with
fucked.
the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other.
One of the two. Hey, who's the other one? Also, I guess all we really had to tell Lucia is that Midgard-Sormer existed and we encountered Midgard-Sormer. And that kind of implies and infers all of the rest of the stuff that she needed to know,
The
probably.
Dravanians are coming.
They sure are.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Probably not.
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different.
Except that it's like a major one that's more attack.
And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened.
Unless they pretend that we don't matter. Or they don't believe us.
I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
I don't think he would sing much. Everyone's got their own salute. Everyone gets a salute. I kind of feel like
Countless
Alphino.
assaults weathered, and this will be no different?
Hello.
Why am I not convinced?
Happy holidays. Happy Starlight celebration. If you're just arriving, you've missed the part where Sucro had the blessing of light removed and was forcefully entered into a covenant with Midgard-Sormer, who is also, in my headcanon, replaced her cat minion forcibly just to be a jerk. So, we've got a dragon now, I guess. Lots of things are happening at this part of the story. It's concerning for everyone. I kind of feel like maybe Alphino should be slightly more in know. Like maybe he should know about the Heidelin thing, maybe not. Thank you, Sucro. I shall sleep soundly knowing that that worm will trouble us no longer. Anyone else have anything new to say? Not really. Thancred's still getting owned, probably. Hey, Alphino. The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgard-Sormer who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance, and pray that our fears are unfounded. They're gonna be pretty founded, I think. Like, in fact, I happen to know that one of the major portions of Ishgard, as in the city, is called Foundation. So I think that things are founded in general. Ether on demand! Oh boy. Ether pay-per-view. Remember pay-per-view? Ere I forget, I believe Moonbrita has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there's been at least some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Asians. Is pay-per-view still a thing, though, actually? Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I've completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. Oh yeah, there's also suspicious activity happening about and within the Crystal Braves recently, too. So, you know, everything's going well. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's get into the solar, shall we? We were just there, but okay. Okay, that's fair. Everyone, back into the work meeting room. I hope we get a PowerPoint presentation on Aetheryte. I love those. I honestly love it whenever characters have to present something in like an abstract way that's basically a PowerPoint.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
PowerPoint. PowerPoint.
Just in case anyone's
PowerPoint.
forgotten,
It's basically
let's
a
start by
PowerPoint.
reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void.
I don't know why I insist on calling this a PowerPoint presentation. But it is, in my heart.
Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Thancred has entered the PowerPoint zone.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
Probably as much as you can manage would help.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best.
Yeah, exactly.
Though that would require a lot of ether.
Am I gonna be short on ether because of things that just happened recently?
Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods?
Just have 2 white auracite and juggle them. Put the Ascian in one and then smash it with the other. And it's gonna require like frame perfect speedrun tricks, but you can probably manage it.
Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
Look, Ida specializes in punching, not thinking, and that's okay.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Let's summon a primal with the wish to destroy Ascians, and nothing could go wrong.
Indeed. I am
Probably
reminded
not.
of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
You might need 6 boats that make 3 boats.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source.
You could do like white magic and draw it from nature. You could do like red magic and draw it from yourself, which is extremely dangerous. I don't remember what black magic does. You could do that.
The only reliable source is the land.
There we go. White magic.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Okay, like white magic, but extreme. So not exactly. White magic is just like borrowing from the elementals and the nature spirits and stuff. This is just tapping directly into like the life stream, basically, I think, is the plan.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land?
Oh, that makes sense too. Also.
I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea.
Eorzea sure is full of corrupted crystals, I guess.
I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
It could work, I guess.
If you think it's worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum.
God dang it, the Empire. Not again.
During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go.
I've never heard the word inveigled except for the first time I did this questline.
Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arsians will next appear.
I don't remember what it means, but I can... through context, I might know.
Into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
That's a good point, but I think we were kind of busy at the time, like, raiding other Imperial strongholds and trying to, like, kick them out and stop them from doing their plan. So we didn't really have time to reclaim the area completely. Or the resources, I think. Probably.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alfino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the crystal braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalymo shall accompany you.
I think we can refuse Alphino if we have to. Probably.
Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
I'm not entirely sure why you're assigning these
If
people
it
to these
please you,
tasks.
I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you're able. Go well. Be safe.
If I were in Urianger's, like... With Urianger's outfit, if I had, like, pointy elf ears and a hood with pockets specifically designed to accommodate said pointy elf ears, I kind of feel like they would still be really uncomfortable, and I would spend a lot of time adjusting them, similar to how I spend a lot of time adjusting, like, when I wore glasses and things of that nature. Just a random thought that I had. Though I have little doubt you will prevail against the Empire's forces, I shall pray for your success nonetheless. Our very future may depend upon Moonbreeder being free to pursue her experiments. All sorts of stuff is happening in this chapter of the story. I see that the Scions once more make ready themselves for the road. I too must make preparations for an absence from the Rising Stones. It seems you have barely arrived before you must once more plunge into the fray. Duty is an unforgiving mistress, eh? Though the tasks we tackle are not like to be as realm-shaking, Coltonay and I must also heed her call. Jorge was most eager to join you on the front lines of battle, but as fate would have it, the antecedent had other plans for our talents. Most people have already left. We do seem to be running low on provisions. I believe an excursion to the marketplace is in order. For a small organization, we certainly chew through a prodigious amount of foodstuffs. Perhaps you should put a lock on the larder door. I blame Thancred. For no reason, it's just I like to do that. 'Twould seem that the events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The Fourth have already been deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wilrid will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at our headquarters in Ul'dah. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. Your duties take you to Northern Thanalan, do they not? Nod. We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Philamine travels to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it's my hope they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. Oh, we're going to trust people in positions of power in Ul'dah? That sounds like a great plan. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fall. That's true, though. Ah, how extraordinary that my little Acilia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I'm proud to know that I might stand at her side not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections, but I fear that Ul'dah has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets. Ah, woe betide the blackguard that dares so much as glares in your direction, milady. Ah, I shall be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way, then? Good luck to you three. Midi, would you like to weigh in? No? Okay. I don't think Midgard Sormer shows up to weigh in his amazing opinions quite as often as I might expect him to. I'm going to insist on calling him Midi now. Midgard Sormer Extreme 2 for the Game Boy Color. Anyways, I'm going to be right back. Once more. Meow. I am not quite gone yet, so I will inform you that I was in fact talking about the obscure Mega Man X character, Midi, who the games refer to as the greatest, at least once. Now I will go. Hello, I have returned. Here we are in the Rising Stones. And we must speak with Wilrid. Normal things are happening, I assume. And there he is. I'm assuming that most NPCs cannot see that this is happening. Which also probably explains why Midgard Sormer is clipping through my hat. But you know. These are things that a Midgard Sormer just does. Middy's just not gonna leave my shoulder, is he? Very persistent in sitting there. Hey, Wilrid. What's up? Tell me about the recent happenings. Commander Leveilleur sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amaljar. But returning to the task at hand... The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Raban's push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein that we might coordinate our counter-strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you've arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. We can only hope that it will be welcome tidings. Lieutenant Funk, my soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draughtsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears are confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices. Devices of Imperial design, no less. By my order, the Flame Station here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Fate discovered nearby. Though it troubles me that we're unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial army. I would once again ask for your aid. Something distracted Mitty. Okay, so what do you need? We've been keeping a close eye on that Garlean garrison, and it would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have of course also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take to the field to meet this assault head-on. I've apprised your fellow scions of this situation, and am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. They report to Lieutenant Alian and lend your much welcome strength to the counter-offensive. Hostile care package? Oh no. Yep, this is like all of them. Be it a squad of soldiers or some Magitech monstrosity, I shall allow no foe to harm the lovely Moonbrida. Thancred, your priorities. Considering the weapon she wields, I don't believe the lady is in need of additional protection. Oh yeah, she has a giant axe. I forgot. Isn't it a beauty? A lady merchant in Revenant's Toll simply gave it to me. Said she was investing in the future or some such. Now that is an impressive piece of steel. Have you ever seen Moon swing her axe? Swipe, slice, cleave. There's really no stopping her. Well, I haven't, but I'm sure we will soon. Right then, time to see if all this training has paid off. Ralga, guide my blade. Glad to have you with us, Sucro. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force from Castra Meridianum. Their main column assembles to the north near Dalamud's Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish for you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilbert! Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth should have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at them. Excuse me for all the coughing. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless holed up in Ul'dah, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses, and add their numbers to your counterattack. The reinforcements are welcome. We have enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye, it would be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take the fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scion shall join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. Nods. You're with the Third, then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west, and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. Nod. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuyuhase. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. Well, alrighty then. We've got our mission. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads, the better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts, I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground, and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. Aye, this will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. Rarely does our power get acknowledged so directly. Oh yeah. Boaster isn't here. Come on, Boaster. Oh boy, a legionary visor. Great for clogging your armory chests. Wrong button, but okay. Well, I did as asked. Also the wrong button, but okay. You seem grim, Scion. I take it to mean that between us more than a few Garleans won't be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. It's time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the Fourth and let Lieutenant Alian know that the west is now clear. I would appreciate it if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Very well. There was only like 6 of them that I had to destroy. Lieutenant Funk, what news of the Garleans? I kill them. Their raiding parties are no more then? Excellent. Yeah, the Amagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. I did it. Now what? I think I have a good idea of what's next. You must be anxious for a word of your fellows. Lieutenant Alian has reported a sound victory over the main column, and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Rogadan lady with the large axe. It would appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but Northern Thanalan is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way. Moonbreeda, what are you doing? I mean, I have a decent idea of what you're doing. Yeah, you're looking at crystal. Is this crystal good for what you're looking for?
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know, as Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one.
Axes are a valid weapon choice, even for scholars.
And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it?
Sure is.
Aye, that ought to do it.
Wasn't the test for this to see if you could do it from a mile away and not directly next to it?
So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed?
I did see it.
The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether. Which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade.
The crystal is still very glowing, in fact. Love you too, Isa.
I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
She senses me. A useful talent.
Oh, who could this voice belong to?
Henassian, are they onto us?
Well, if you say that...
Your brand. I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth. Meddler.
I will need to keep this voice in mind because it's really funny. I'm Nebriales.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Kill.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales.
Hi, Nabriales, I hate you. Go to hell.
And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense.
I must concede that you suck and must die. How about that?
What's this? I do not sense the blessing of life.
Shush, that's supposed to be a secret.
Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydelin has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee.
No, there's some dragon bullshit. It's complicated. Shut up.
Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken.
I'll show you a threat.
Now is the time to claim the staff.
The what?
With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
Have they said Zodiac yet? I forgot already. I don't know what he's talking about.
What did that bastard want with us?
I'm a cat?
Gabrialis, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet. Unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff.
Hopefully it's not the Louis Soir one that we have framed.
Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff.
Well, shit and fuck, he does want that one, doesn't he?
Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Fuck. Yeah, they probably said Zodiac at that point. I think you're right. It is both fortunate and unfortunate that there's only one noteworthy staff in this world for us to assume that the Ascian is talking about and be correct. Oh boy. That's also true. It does sound like that. Though I don't know enough about Yu-Gi-Oh! To, I feel like there's definitely a Zodiac in Yu-Gi-Oh! Somewhere, probably. I have no basis for this claim. You're here! I am. Master Louis Soir's staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now. And then everything was fine and nothing was bad, right? Well, shit and fuck. What's seal?
You too.
Oh, you... Why do you have it?
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
Is that what seal you meant? Was it like a vampires need to be invited in thing, except not? I'll shoot you with these lasers.
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you.
God, he even makes terrible puns. This is the scummiest man.
The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain.
That's also true.
My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on.
Mm-hmm.
But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Sounds bad. I'd rather you didn't.
Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
We gonna try shooting him? This didn't work last time, Moonbrita. Oh. Oh. Jeez.
Moonbrita!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
Tsukro, do the healing thing, please. Maybe can't heal that, though.
The staff is but a broken relic. A memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power.
It does have most of the symbol of one of the 12 on it. Olthic, I think? I forget how to say anything.
Together with the horn, it can be used to
The what?
draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings.
What
How
horn?
else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals?
Oh.
Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Don't say that.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Well. 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 Can we do anything about this? Can we, like, heal? Maybe?
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Well, I guess that does take priority, maybe. Don't want the whole world to end. The chrysalis is now accessible. Hooray! Joy. I forgot that this was now as well. Moonbrita? You good? No. Forget about me. Go. I could just leave, but I shouldn't. Well. Time to unsync this. Hey, you wanted me to kill this guy. Well, good news. We were immediately given the opportunity to kill this guy. Seems like a lovely place. I actually also forgot that you go here to save Minfilia immediately after she's captured. She doesn't look like she's having a good time here. Was it necessary to suspend her from the air in that way? Oh, I'll kill you. I mean, that's what I'm here to do, but like even more than before. Because you're horrible, creepy jerk, man. In addition to trying to end the world. Well. I shall not toy with you as does La Habrea. Witness the terrible might of a true servant of Zodiac. Witness the might of overleveling, jerk. Writhing powers of ruination from the deepest pits of the abyss I summon thee. Oh, there's like a mechanic here, probably. You gotta, like, run into these to stop them from getting absorbed. Not that it matters, really. Why did I do that? By accident, because I don't remember how to play the game. Well. Insatiable hunger of the void, devour all light and return this world to perfect dark. Oh, it didn't. Oh, he died. No, he didn't. He's over there now. End of days. What a great name for an attack. Shrivel in apocalyptic flame. Swift shall be your destruction. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Good job teleporting 2 feet, idiot. Well, I guess I'll just wait over here. Because, like, I can't... It doesn't matter. You know, just hanging out. Don't worry about it. I'll just let him ponder all of the orbs that he wants to ponder. It'll be fine. Probably. I'm too powerful for you. I shall turn the very ground against you. By Zodiac's name I command thee. River of time... Impossible! What? Oh, Minfilia was saying, impossible, he has power over time itself. You shall wither in the merciless embrace of eternity. I don't remember what I'm supposed to be doing here, but okay. Probably this doesn't matter. Oh yeah, the Ethereal Tear. Stop messing with time, idiot. End of days. More like end of your face. Secret Ascian Man. I think the achievement is making light of this a little bit. Also to the Dungeon 6. Ophelia, you doing okay? She's doing okay. You destroyed that guy's stupid ass. What did he say? Why did I alt-tab? You are shorn of her blessing. How do you yet resist me? Something like that is what he said. I might have embellished a little bit by adding a weird noise to it. Hey, Minfilia. My thanks. You're welcome. Let's go make sure he's actually dead. Also, maybe help Moonbrita, because she got fucking hurt bad.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
I mean, I only took like 4 minutes. Hey, who is that? Have we seen that guy before, maybe? I don't remember. Well, that's all the Ascian Ether. Maybe. Or he's just reforming.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come?
I'll just beat you again.
Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, Scions.
He's just gonna stand here and let this happen.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
Oh, apparently we have a lot of ether in there. Oh wait, no, we're absorbing him into that, right? That's the thing.
What trickery is this? No, no, cannot, no!
It's called White Arsite. You should have paid attention to the PowerPoint presentations about it. Nabrialis.
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free.
Oh yeah, he did say that the staff does that.
Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light.
Power overwhelming! Get fucked! Uh-oh. There's a shield.
Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
He's supposed to...
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me. I shall make you pay for your insolence.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. The orb get bigger. Yeah.
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light.
Heidelin is not home right now. If you would like to leave a message, please wait until after the tone.
Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If this is an emergency, please press 1.
If only we had a bit more ether.
Brita, I don't know if I like where that's going. I know exactly where it's going.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louis, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You daft old coot.
Guess what people are made of?
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hither to the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice, was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisoix I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisoix hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisoix's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisoix's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Well, that got me more than it did last time I saw it. Didn't really have much emotional capacity, shall we say, when I first played through this game. I knew full well that Moonbreeder didn't last long, but... Yep. She was counting on the theory that a soul's ether burns brightest at the moment of its passing, a scholar until the very end. Our list of grievances against the Ascians was already overlong. Must they continue to add to it? Oh, Moon, I miss you so much already. Would that we had arrived a few moments sooner. Just a few moments. Never have I seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Charlian Manor to celebrate Moonbrida's life and mourn her passing. Quest complete! Yay! You did it! Well. As Moonbrida was a native of Charlian, I feel it's only fitting that we gather before the mark of the scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? 'Tis a monument found at Rathfrost and is sacred to Thaliak, a guardian deity of the City of Learning. There we shall pray for our dear friend's soul and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. How FF2 handled deaths? You mean the part where people just died very suddenly a lot? Or was there more specifics that I don't remember? When I think about FF2, I think about how guys speak Beaver. Oh, I'm sure they're even funnier in a speedrun context. Triumphant Mordona music really doesn't suit the mood. This is a little more fitting. Oh, yeah, that does sound like FF2. Ah, Thaliak, the scholar. That's what that icon was. That symbol. The one on the staff. Ambient bird noise interrupted by cutscene. Somehow Moonbrida manages, even though she's not around for very long, she manages to make an impact anyway, I think. Which is something that's difficult to do when you're writing. She was a good character.
Forgive me, Moonbrida. Had I been quicker or wiser.
In Philia, there was not really anything that you could have done.
But I was not. And you paid the price.
Don't blame yourself for this, Minfilia.
But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Oh, what do you want, Mitty?
Life for death. A fair exchange.
Nobody asked for your opinion, Midgard Sormer.
Other bargains will be struck.
At the very least, you could deliver your opinion a little bit faster. Also, probably nobody else saw that. Yep. Otherwise, they probably would have said something. I feel like life or death, a fair exchange, could be a line that's heavily memed upon if you wanted it to be. Midgard Sormer seems like meme material. Or life for death, a fair exchange. Especially given the delivery of all of Midgard Sormer's lines. Well. The rising stones feel somehow colder. Moonbreda always carried with her such an abundance of warmth and cheer. Still haven't figured out a Y'shtola voice. We must find some means of protecting others from Ascian intrusions. Protecting ourselves. There must be a way. I don't feel much like talking at the moment, if you could just give me some time. Yeah, that too. I loathe to see Ida in such pain, but I have not the words to comfort her. Can you imagine it? I, Papalymo, the one who has an eloquent comment for every situation, am at a loss for words. Even Papalymo is shaken. So it seems like it's about time for Alphinaud to show up and tell us that politics are going wrong, right? At this rate? Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as antecedent, 'tis my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. And I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Sucro? Quest complete! Fanfare! God, it really would have benefited them to have like an alternate quest complete fanfare at this part of the game. Or for any part of the game. Or just like remove the sound briefly. 'Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we're to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louisoix, Moonbreda, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost so long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I'm like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Sucro. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. That's true. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. A victory won, a comrade lost, to honor the fallen, the living forge ever on towards the light of a new day. Okay, forgot that was there. Have you a moment, Sucro? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She's not been herself since Moonbreeda's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. I wonder if this is like patch 2.55 now, because they do that sometimes. That might be the case. I don't remember the actual patch cycle. But like that title card there makes it feel like there was an end here. Briefly. Hey, it's Sucro! Great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I knew Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. Trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Nod. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Rathfrost. Rathafrost? One of those. All I can say for the future of this game, at least the parts of it that I'm aware of, and probably the parts beyond that, is like, wow, if that got me, I am going to cry on stream multiple times in the future. Unless I mute the microphone and cheat, which I did for the gravity of that scene, but still. Alright, Rowena. You're not up here, you're down there. I guess you could consider it that. What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade? Not quite. They've got you running errands now? Those scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending in the savior of Eorzea to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously, though, you'd best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here, then, take it. Tell that Ida lass I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock. If she ever decided to replace that dowdy old mask of hers, God knows she needs to. Rowena, you don't know everything that's going on, and nobody asked for your opinion. Much like nobody asked for the opinion of Midgardstormer. Anyway. Yeah. Actually, I'm not sure how you get up here without flight. I know it's possible, I've just forgotten how. Well, Ida, you look fairly relaxed. You're trying your best. Ugh, Rowena can be so annoying. She will just not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again. And then again, and then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Moon daisies are often hung to rafters, trees, or other elevated locations to represent the celestial body when performing holy rituals to the goddess Minfina during daylight hours. Moonbreeda loved these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her. I'm sure she does, Ida.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
I hope that single flower wasn't too expensive. Probably was. What do you want, Midi?
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Now is not the time for that. Sucrose said something. Well, I guess it is the time for that, actually. That seems noteworthy. And concerning, possibly.
Is that what I think it is?
It seems to be a lot of Dravanians on the move and yelling a lot. Phone call.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Well... She probably did say that she's a cat, yes. And Ida didn't comment on it because everyone knows to expect this by now. The pace has picked up more than I remember it doing. I wonder how close we are to some things. I think I know what the grim tidings are going to be, though. Just a hunch. Probably, war and bad things. Dragons are here, and they're not happy about it. About being here, I guess. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbreeda's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Kurthus will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. The envoy is here. Ah. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time was of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries if I may. Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians? Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the central highlands a short while ago, and battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Emmerich himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. It is reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Emmerich would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well. I shall depart for Kurthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Emmerich's authority in this matter, and our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request, a personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellows' involvement. You faced Midgard-Sormer and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Nod. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. 'Twould seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Sucro. I am afraid. A little bit. Meanwhile, in Ishgard, or near it, since this is the bridge, things aren't looking so good. It would seem there are traitors among the Temple Knights, to no one's surprise whatsoever. Ah, and Lady Iceheart is still around, doing some war crimes.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
Hey, that sounds familiar. Uh-oh.
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus.
Did you just, like, break a barrier around Ishgard? Yes, you did.
Magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Sure did. I forgot there was a barrier around Ishgard, but, it's not there anymore. That's probably fine. Uh-oh. That's probably fine, right? Dragonator towers? Where is my Dragonator? As someone once said. It seems I was the swiftest, Sucro. You, too, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host is yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some matter of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. I mean, sure. We'll just see all the dragons there, I guess, probably. Speaking of dragons, there's one up there, but don't pay attention to that. Someone's just driving it. The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They're the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical defenses. Magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. Dyspeptic? Heretic scum! How dare they meddle in with our divine protections! I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. Oh, hello. Welcome. We need not fret over much. There are still several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. I mean, makes sense. Mark the nervous glances our friends share. The dragons have attacked, yes, but something else has occurred. Something unexpected. Let us question the knights here ere we proceed. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. Well, guess who's back, Alphino? 'Twould seem the heretics struck the first and most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretics' treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders, and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. Let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Emmerich awaits you. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Hoshefant will know where Sir Emmerich means to receive us. Gee, it'll probably be in the place that he's always done that. The meeting room that's in the back alley. Pay no attention to that dragon. It's not important. Pray ask Lord Hoshefant to direct us to the meeting place when you are ready. 'Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. But you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and would treat with you in the intercessory. Nod. So how is it that you ban people again? Every time I forgot. There we go. Anyways. Greetings, madam. Shall I show you inside? I suppose so. There's Sir Emmerich. Ishgard's future hangs in the balance. If the city's salvation rests on our assistance, I cannot well withhold it. Even so, I mean to make Sir Emmerich sweat for his reinforcements. On this occasion, feigned disinterest may serve the cause of Eorzean unity better than naked philanthropy. Come, let us find out what concessions the Holy See is willing to make. I'm not allowed to jump on the table. This is one of Ishgard's wards, surely. Howdy. I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, but we are but recently returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business has concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Istinian. Okay, so this is a fun part. If you played as a dragoon prior to this point, you would have met Istinian. And dialogue would be different here. Probably. He was kind of an antagonist in that questline. That's not Istinian, that's Harshavon. That's Istinian. Istinian is an important character in this game. He is the dragoon. His spirit did a anime sparkle. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. An impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lance, Istinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and thus may contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. I don't quite remember his voice. So you are the adventurer of whom they spoke. I see now why my blood fair sang in anticipation of our meeting. Well, now that we've all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we've learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history. Though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Kurthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many other scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. Thanks, Midgard Swarmer. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It's kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who've proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms, they who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies, 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses, and now just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistresses seem fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem, you have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. Give them a dose of their own political medicine. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the horde would soon have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter the ruins of Kurthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garleans' arrival, that is, for you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurthus. They would not even have to draw steel. He makes a damn good point. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona, 7 hells. Ahem, very well. We will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar. Allow me, Sir Emmerich. Through the power of the eye, I've become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Gasp. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you. And the eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared was Nidhogg, aye. He means to hurl his horde against Doniphan's collar, and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt the worm has summoned his minions to war. Well. Seems like bad news, huh? Nidhogg, he is the source of our suffering. If we do not fell the worm, these endless clashes count for naught. I am painfully aware of the hypocrisy of our request and the self-inflicted nature of our predicament. But should it serve to deliver my people from their unkind fate, gladly shall I bow my head and beg for aid. I expect, nay, welcome, the coming storm of scorn and disdain. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Emmerich was more ruthless in his negotiations than I'd anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect the softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the antecedent. Okay. Is Midgard Sormer on the opposite shoulder that he was? I think he was perched on the left before. If you're looking for the Scions, they've already left for the Alliance nations. I do hope Ishgard will be saved. Considering recent history, will there be any amongst the Alliance willing to aid the Holy See? Ishgard has few friends at the bargaining table. Should events take a turn for the worse, we're fortunate that this settlement is a popular crossroads for so many veteran adventurers. Though I've never seen one myself, it's said that dragons lair just beyond the borders of my homeland. The town has been calm through all this talk of war, but if those dragons come to Revenant's Toll, there'll be plenty, I wager. Probably. There will probably be a lot of panic. That's fair to say.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
They just left, but okay, we'll do that. Hey, look, it's the others. Report delivered, probably.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Yep, that's about the gist of it.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Partially. They say they have more wards.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
I guess the dragons are immediately going after the other wards, so they're probably gone by now. Dimitri Fire Emblem? Who? Actually, I don't know what Dimitri sounds like.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go.
The cause is basically, we'd rather not have a lot of people die, and also we'd rather not the Empire get an extra territory. I didn't play Three Houses either, so I honestly don't know either. Maybe I should someday. Who knows?
The path we now embark upon is perilous. But I pray you will walk with us to the end.
I'll do my best. I might sprint part way.
For those we have lost. For those we can yet save.
Oh yeah, those words. Oh, yeah, the general, like, color scheme and design of that guy is close to Dimitri, or whatever his name was. I see what you mean.
And request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
And that's true too, but Fire Emblem, a lot of buildings isn't as catchy. There are 3 houses that are considered important. Like, especially. Mysterious. That is true. Why would the camera hold on those people, I wonder? What could that mean? Minfilia, what does it mean? I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support I leave to Alphino. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurthus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slapborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might ring its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp on the practical challenges we may encounter. Fire Emblem houses. It doesn't quite have the same ring to it. Yeah, Slapborn. He's the Rogadin that stands guard outside of the Rising Stones. Well, not the Rising Stones directly. We've met Slapborn before. And yes, that is his name. We are rather close to Kurthus, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Sucro. I have 101 things to discuss with Slapborn. My voice for Tataru has never been consistent, and it might be eventually. Maybe I should stop commenting on my own voice acting so often. Maybe. But I can't help it. I criticize myself constantly. Love you too. See, Slapborn. And so I'd like you to spread the word to the settlers and adventurers in town. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Kurthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. As for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I'm certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is, of course, free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. Very well. Hello, accomplished adventurer. How are you feeling? Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Honestly, given everything, not unreasonable. Hi, what's up? I think Tataru might juggle again sometime. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilrid was there. With the fourth that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since. Have ye? Have we? I don't think so. No, we haven't. God's damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilrid stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ul'dah. So now, of course, half the braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe a company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all, that and the steady pay. Compared to most others in this crew, Wilrid's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorze, he had bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. There's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilrid. Anyway, any road you got a ward wave, so I'll let you get on. Just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Sucro. What? The Crystal Braves have suspicious activity happening? I would not have guessed. Interesting that that happens in the middle of this. How do you feel about all of this, Adept Adventurer? So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of this siege, those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I pledge myself to guard Revenant's Toll. Modest work though it is, I'm loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do. Ascians are always a possibility. But would an Ascian really possess somebody to, like, manipulate money? Probably not. They usually have more elaborate goals in mind. Austere adventurer. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share if the coin was good. I worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk he did. Still, I'd put up with worse for that than... I'd put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. As usual, money is a primary motivating factor in a lot of people's decision-making in this world. How about you, angular adventurer? Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I took the mantle of adventurer in the first place. I'd sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. Hey, valid. The Asian's finances, huh? For a second, I thought that NPC was named Wilrid, and I was confused, but that's Whiskard. That's different. Well, Tataru, approximately 2 people are considering it if there's enough money. There you are, Sucro. Did you sway any hearts? 1 or 2, eh? Well added to mine. That makes 3 or 4, not including Slapborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say 1 Revenant Soul veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. You're not wrong. Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alfinil. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Uldar to discuss Ishgard's plight, and they've requested your presence as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Uldar or you'll be late. Alfinil said he'd meet you on the Royal Promenade. Another Alliance meeting, huh? My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I'd hoped to proceed with these negotiations 1 leader at a time, but it seems my urgent requests for an audience have prompted a gathering of the Council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let's join them, shall we? I guess we shall.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Uldar has not.
Bridonia does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alfino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It'd be good if you did more than that.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Yeah, that.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but 2 of many.
But also this is true as well.
We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard.
Not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
Is that something you're allowed to say loudly in this chamber? He can probably hear you.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
We're kind of stuck behind them.
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
That's just the word for guilds of players in this game.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords?
It's more or less what I am, I guess.
Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
Don't worry, I'm too overleveled to need that. I am the elite party of adventurers.
If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard.
I wouldn't trust the Brass Blades, but okay. Nanamo?
Your Grace?
Doing okay, Nanamo?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
I'm still here. I'm a cat. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you've been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Hoshafant and Sir Emmerich to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Nod. Phone call. Captain Ilbed, what news? Then the assault has begun? We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I'm able. Sucro, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report to Sir Marceline at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you're needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Okay. That's probably fine, right? I'm gonna be right back. Hello, and welcome back. To myself, I guess. This is still Final Fantasy XIV. Now, it is getting a bit late, but I think we are getting very close to something that it would not do to have that take place in the middle of a stream. And so I will press on unless I'm sorely mistaken and anyone knows about it and can infer what I'm referring to. But that's probably not quite the case. I see these people are still feeling tenterhooked and trembling and dyspeptic, which is a word I need to remember to look up later. You are the appointed captain of the sellsword contingent? Then welcome. There's no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Javanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present I'd have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once the advanced skirmishes are slain. Wait, where are we going? Okay. Time to do a slaying. A slaying we shall go. I don't know why I did that. Flying through that town was mostly unnecessary. Seems to be people having a time here. I did it. I could probably defeat the entire army by myself at this point, to be honest. Just like, you know, based on the level cap for this portion of the game and my current level, and the discrepancy between those two things. I could do it. I could take them. Let me at them. I'll just shoot lasers everywhere until everyone stops fighting. Hey, wait, why can't I go over here? Wait a minute. Isn't this supposed to be the part that's not accessible to me? Hello? Hey, you have a hole in your defenses and it's called anything that flies, which is most of your enemy? Hello? Surely they won't. I mean, this counts as ground. You can walk here. Oh, there's the barrier. I thought Ishgard's barriers had been dispelled. How did they do this? Fortunately, the invisible walls are still in place, so the Dravanians need to have an access point. Can I... Yep, I can squeeze in through there. Your gate doesn't even cover the entire opening. Oh, wait. I was supposed to defeat Dravanians in a different location. I'm getting ahead of myself. I know that my mount cannot fly higher, but I do not care. Hey, this is a place where a fate takes place. And also where a dragoon quest takes place. Where you beat up a Stydian for being rude or whatever. You know. Commander? Wow, you take 3 hits. Impressive. But not enough. It's funny how MIDI disappears from my shoulder when I'm flying and then is immediately just back there. And wait a second. Yeah. He totally switches shoulders, I think, right? He's been on both at this point. Both of the 2 shoulders that I have. I say that as if to suspiciously clarify in case I might be suspected of having more than 2 shoulders for some reason. Anyway, what news, adventurer? The reinforcements decimated, you say? Dravanian devils, damn their scaly hides! Hold fast to your grief and fury, my lady. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows, and the battle will come. Okay. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the sea of clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus the dragons are now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards were sealed. All now rests upon us, adventurer. Lead your comrades out onto the steps of faith and prepare to meet the horde. May the fury guide your blades. I don't remember the particulars of how this functions, but it is a trial. There might be enough mechanics to this that I can't easily solo it, but we'll find out. Time to step into the steps of faith. Hooray. Well, that's a large dragon. Are we to presume this is Nidhogg or some unrelated individual? Ah, it's not Nidhogg. This is Vishap. Oh, right. The objective is to, like, prevent you from getting too far into siege, right? Yeah, this is like... Yeah, this is a monster hunter, a little bit. However, I also don't care. I don't think I have any more, like, attack moves, per se, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there's mostly healing. Hooray! That would, of course, be a lot more tense in the situation where everyone was the appropriate level. Hooray. 'Tis done. Yeah, there's still a lot of dragons, though. I guess they're turning around. The dragons, they're withdrawing! Victory is ours! Various cheering. I guess these other people are meant to represent other adventurers? So there were, canonically, a few adventurers there. Whoever these characters are. They look like interesting people who I want to know more about, but they're just minor characters. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. Grin. And jump! He do be a dragoon, after all. He's got a jump. Alphino, I did it. How do you feel about it? Sucro, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Commander Leveilleur, Sucro, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. No problem. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. Okay, bye. I too would offer my thanks, Sucro. Through your deeds we've achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. I know that van means other things, but this is a really funny statement with the modern context of the word van. And that's the one I choose to interpret here. The victory you've won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in days to come, and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we've done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. Nods. The demand of duty, however, allows me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilberd back to Ul'dah and reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Minfilia in person. Yeah, exactly. The idea of Sucro just driving a van is really funny to me for some reason. Just imagining it. I feel like we have to be really close to something now. The thing that I'm thinking of. Any new thoughts around here? I'm faced by a merciless mountain of administrative chores. Thankfully, this is one battle I'm well equipped to fight. No, Mitty didn't have anything to say, but we did beat the Steps of Faith. So, Minfilia has committed the Scions to Ishgard's cause, has she? Though she makes her pronouncements with unshakable confidence, I can only imagine how agonizing it was for her to arrive at this decision. So many lives are at stake. Not many people here at the moment, I'd imagine. The threat of war sows panic and confusion, and routine tasks can offer a calming stability. Being sure the larder is properly stocked, for instance. Thank you, Higiri. I'm sure Mitty's dragon wisdom will show up again soon enough. Sucro, welcome back. Alphino sent word of the siege, and of course the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Sucro. Thank you. I think we're very close. Maybe. You must be weary, Sucro, and now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent! Wave. A messenger from Ul'dah arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanama Ul'Namo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? Oh, hi Karma. Thanks for the raid, which I don't have a notification for anywhere. Apparently. I didn't think anyone would ever raid me. That's probably why. Mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgar's return to the Eorzean Alliance. Final Fantasy XIV is about to do a lot, I think, is where we're at. We've scarce had time to mourn Moonbreda, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Tataru's feeling left out. Maybe. Curious. I've never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss? Oh, do we have to deal with Tataru's crisis of purpose right now? That's now? Feels like filler at this point, honestly. As much as I love Tataru. Ah. She's not here. Tataru. Tataru is conspicuous by her absence. Tataru, I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Do we not have more pressing matters to attend to? In Doma, fidelity is a highly prized virtue. Perhaps it's a difference in culture, but this situation lies outside my comprehension. A primal shackles its faithful with the bonds of eternal devotion, but I fear the power Thancred wields over his admirers is rather more fickle. Oh dear, things are happening over there. Especially when each realizes she's not the sole object of his affection. Make it stop, my sides are about to burst. Was Thancred getting owned? Ladies, please, this is no way to... Oh, hello, Sucro. I was just entertaining some friends. Oh, gods. Hey, wait a second. Why is one of these the lady-in-waiting for the Sultana? Thancred? Thancred. 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 Thancred gets a lot better. Yeah. That is how it is. Thancred gets a lot better, but for now he's mostly just getting owned and being an idiot. Being a fool. Engaging in foolish behavior. Getting owned as a result. We'll get to later Thancred eventually. Hopefully. Now where could Tataru be? Ah. How my level 79 character in ARR, because I did I wanted to do all of the main story of this game on stream, and on the days when I couldn't manage to stream but still wanted to play the game, I did duty roulettes and stuff, to the point where I eventually ended up like level 79. Like I got to there with Scholar, and then I unlocked Sage, and I've been playing as Sage since then. I'm quite over-leveled. It's a little bit ridiculous. Oh, Sucro, it's you! I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, Sucro. I'm glad we had this little chat. Okay, bye. Maybe they cut out this filler? Maybe it's later? For the record, for those who haven't seen me stream this before, I do have another character who, and I have played up through Shadowbringers and a patch or two after it. We're quite a way away from that part, but I do know some of the game. And of course I know nothing about Endwalker, and I'm doing my best to avoid spoilers, but it's been difficult. My mind is made up. Okay. Yes, Tataru? You have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject with all the recent excitement, but Sucro made me realize there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you've certainly earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, Antecedent. There is in fact something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hori Boulder and Coltene have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. It only seems right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself, and others, more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Music cuts out. Tataru's look of determination. Okay, bye. Whoa, hey! Hi, Hori Boulder. That's the first time I'm almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Tataru so determined. Has aught befell which I might help, Antecedent? Not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol. I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore I humbly request that another adventurer, of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well, I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I'm able. Hi, I'm standing over here. I'm an adventurer. My thanks, Antecedent. I take my leave of you. I probably have other places to be, though. Two? Oh wait, can I skip the Tataru bit? Because it seems optional. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hori Boulder with a capable adventurer? I'm sorry to say I've as of yet been unable to do so. I realize that you're rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath a woman of your talents. But I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Nod. Generous to a fault, I thank you, Sucro. It only seems fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea taking etheric readings, that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure that our employees' safety, so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hori, Boulder, and Coltonay were to act as 2 such escorts, as was a 3rd adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. Nod. You are truly a pillar of strength, Sucro. Hori Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. I'm going to see if I'm allowed to ignore the Tataru quest plotline, because while it might be worth engaging with, I am continuing under the assertion that while I've been streaming for a while, it would not be good to like have a certain key event happen in the middle of a stream, and I'd like to continue. But I'm starting to wonder if it's a lot farther away than I think it is. And by a key event, I might as well just say, I mean to get to Heavensward. And I hope that that's not like 3 hours away from now. If anyone actually knows how far away that is, please feel free to tell me. Another storm has come and gone. These moments of peace never last long, though, do they? I had no idea you'd be assisting us personally, Sucro. My sincerest apologies for dragging you into our affairs. It's gotta be soon, right? Ah, Sucro, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Nod. Huzzah! What did I tell you, Coltonay? Our misfortune has become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light herself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by moms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Sucro, we'd have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Sucro, in spirit we shall be together every step of the way. Okay. I can do that. Whoop. They were still there for a frame. Oh, right. There's a teleport here that's covered by the quest icon. At last, the Scion's woman deigns to grace me with her presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Isamhar. Come, we're late enough as it is. Love you too, Isa. This isn't much of an escort when he appears to teleport to the location. I suppose we will probably be attacked or something. As tends to happen. Half a dozen? That doesn't seem bad. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. And please stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Okay. This appropriate distance appears to be emitting ominous smoke, so that's probably relevant. One fortunate thing about being horrendously overleveled is that I make all combat and dungeon segments faster. And it's interesting to go through things solo as a different sort of experience. I see we've both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome. Though if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, Snake Molt awaits, shall we? I mean, I only shot like 3 or 4 lasers. I couldn't do it much more quietly than that, to be honest. I have to shoot at least a few lasers. That too. If the battle audio is too loud, by the way, I can still try and adjust it more if I need to. I don't know if that would be possible, but... I think it should be fine by this point, with all the adjusting. Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. The reason that this part of the game feels a little bit like filler, probably, is because I'm expecting to be somewhere else. I'm expecting to be doing something more important, I guess. I'll get there. Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. But perhaps that should come as no surprise. I'm not given to superstition, but there's a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. I kinda wish that the localization of this part of the game used the word queer less. I associate it with other things, and it's not a bad word by any means. It just feels weird for it to be used so commonly in its antiquated purpose in dialogue in the context of like modern times, I guess. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task and ensure our safety. Will do. By the way, why are the ghost enemies in this game like weird egg? Why weird egg? I guess they can be used to wake up a sleeping man. On occasion. Or is that odd egg? I think it's weird egg. I fired as few lasers as possible, and I hope they were quiet enough. This data should prove invaluable to... Sniff, sniff. Ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? No, it was 5 ghosts. Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. Offal. One of those. Oh no. Not bad egg. That's even worse than weird egg. Yeah, okay, I don't need to teleport that distance. That's true too. It could be that sort of cultural thing. That sounds accurate. I'll choose to accept that explanation. You choose to paddle in the Ichor a while longer, I take it. Ichor. No matter, I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there's been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, the data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. This person has no idea who I am. Oh no, the words "Among Us" are now on the screen. For our next survey, I'd have you escort me to Earth's fount. The ambient ether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering, that was rhetorical. Now come along. Time to go to Odin's house to say hello to Odin. Except Odin is not here. Odin is currently dead. Okay, fine, I'll fly. How is this scholar moving about so quickly? And why does he think I move so slowly? That's always been kind of a weird trope, I guess, of characters in video games and often MMOs. Is that character who always complains that you're too slow no matter how quickly you go because they're always there like a second before you? That seems really common now that I'm thinking about it. I forgot how to cave for a second. Oop. Are you telling me that this guy's level 90? I somehow doubt that. He could easily protect himself were he that high level. You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. It'd be really funny if the encounter here was just Odin. Like, Odin just appears and you have to fight Odin. Well, sure I'm standing around. Yes, yes, quite high, still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th astral era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference, or is there something else? Something else. Wondering. Something else. Scion! Scion, come here! I need you! Oh. Why? Oh! That's the one who went missing. Fear not, my friends, help has arrived! Wilrid, that's what his name was. There you are, Sucro. Hori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. We found Wilrid. He's not doing well. Gutted like a hog, but not by one, no. These wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause had Wilrid to come here? Oh, what should we do? This cowering animation is reminding me of something else, but I can't place it. Like, did someone cower like this earlier in the game? I feel like there's another game where the cowering looks exactly like this. Oh, it's Dragon Quest Builders 2, I think. This is like the Dragon Quest cowering animation. Basically. Maybe it's a common cowering animation. Skyrim's always a safe bet. People did this in Dragon Quest Builders 2 a lot, though. We shall see to the scholar's protection, Sucro. Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I. Intrigue. Mystery. Getting away from the scholar guy. We spoke a few times in the Rising Stones. He wasn't as experienced as some of the other braves, but gods, he had passion. Gods, what a waste. Pray leave matters here to us, Sucro. You must return to the Rising Stones and inform the antecedent at once. I've never been this close to a... oh, gods. There we go. Hey, this quest has Among Us in the name, and it's about a person who was killed by a traitor, probably. Yep. Pure coincidence, based on the release date of everything. But due to cultural osmosis, I'm forced to see Amogus, wherever it may lurk. That's a good point. Hildebrand isn't here. A traitor. A traitor, then. If you would have me enunciate. Anyone else here? Only Philemine here. If I ignore this Tataru questline, I wonder what'll happen later. If I can ignore it. Tataru's removed from the entire game if you ignore this. That would be impossible. Sucro, you have returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? Escort quests aren't very fun, Minfilia, but also... Wilvit dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12, how can that be? I will send word to Alphino at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilrid's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this and why? Well... Okay, you just had a choice for the order. I do have to do this. The power to defend oneself. Tataru's ever been full of surprises. It's... Doing these two quests in this order seems very silly. We're just going from Sirius to Tataru doing something. Now that I think on it, I do recall Urianger mentioning that she developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance into the Arcanists Guild in Limsa Lominsa? Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It's doubtless unwarranted, but surely I'm not alone in my concern for her safety. This could be interesting, because I do have level 79 Scholar, so I wonder if the dialogue here changes at all because I've interacted with the Arcanists Guild already. I feel like there's a strong chance that something is different as a result. This Tataru portion of the story doesn't really feel like it fits the tone. I mean, it's good to have, it's important to have more lighthearted pieces here and there in a plot. But also it really feels like we're building up to something and then making an abrupt swerve away from it for a while. It's pacing more than tone. You know, I could have teleported, but I forgot. I still could have done it since I just ran past a shard, but I wanted to poke the Christmas light. Yeah, basically. It's the same sort of energy as a beach episode. We are in Limsa. Are we loading? I think we are loading. Oh wait. You can go downstairs in here. Somewhere. I think. Yeah, over here. Oh, Limsa. It's easy to forget how to navigate any part of this. Tataru, you're interrupting the flow of the plot. Why you do this? It's the comedy times. Sucro, what are you doing here? What the fuck are you doing, Tataru? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Tataru Taro, shall become a great and powerful arcanist. And now, at Mr. Thuberheim's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise until we meet again. Now, the funny thing is, because I believe I did the Arcanist questline on stream, we've seen this training exercise. Tataru has to do the low-level Arcanist quest, which is funny. However, pacing. Ah, if it isn't Sucro. I forgot what voice I gave these people. What brings you to the guild? Chitara's ruining the pacing of the story. I'm worried about Chitara. So you're acquainted with our newest member. An Arcanist of your experience must see that her potential is somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and now goes to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. Doubtless you recall receiving similar training under Kulahia's supervision. A thought occurs to me. Why not oversee Tataru's training yourself? Given your relationship with the girl and your familiarity with the task, I think you the ideal choice. You need only head to the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate as before and observe at a distance. Fine. This was a sequence of events I definitely remembered happening, but I forgot that it was now. And in retrospect, it really feels like it shouldn't be right now. Oh, and hey, there's the Sage quest I cannot take. Still. Because you have to get to Idleshire to get through the first Sage quest. Which is really funny, actually. I was allowed to take the job, but not complete the quest at all. She just gave me Sage equipment and then I fucked off for like 40 hours. And counting. Anyway. O'er azure seas to Pirate's Port where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught came the lass whom none could fool. Etc., etc., Carbuncle theme song. Are those crates I spy? And this must be the true test, but we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Dot, dot, dot. Carbuncle? Carbuncle is out of here. And then Tataru got owned by a rat. Probably. 2 rats and 3 jellyfish. The requisite number of things. Ah, come back, Carbuncle, come back! Well. It'd be funny if they made you defeat the level 1 to 3 enemies. But no. Yeah, she's mostly getting owned by her own Carbuncle. Oh, Tataru. I should have known you'd come, Sucro. You needn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own Carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I'll inform Mr. Stubergeim of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Kanema, like so much else, is beyond me. Hey, I feel that, Tataru. I relate strongly to your current predicament. Not like in character, but out of it. Though I am too harsh on myself. Do we also have to deal with the part of this plot that... I guess I shouldn't just say spoilers. But I know that Tataru's like, well, if I can't do a combat job, I might as well try a gathering one. Time for more shenanigans with Tataru. Hooray! That's not what she sounds like. Can you imagine if she sounded like that, though? That would be something. Let's actually teleport this time because I remembered that I can do that. And hey, Tataru can still summon Carbuncle. She didn't lose that skill. She can create comic mischief at will. Meanwhile, in the area chat for Limsa, someone just said, "What's y'all's opinion on Ohio?" I hate Ohio. What? What a thing to walk into. What a feature of MMOs. Someone is incensed due to they are from Ohio. Yep, that's Limsa chat. Someone else says, can't be worse than Illinois. Someone else says, I thought that was the Japanese way to say hi. God. Oh wait, I'm supposed to not be down here. I got distracted by Limsa chat. One person says, I've not been to Ohio, but my impression is that it's the most average state in America. I have not spoken to him in quite some time. No. We parted ways, as it were. Ah, back so soon. How fared our fledgling arcanist? Abysmally, Mr. Stubergeim, abysmally, as Sucro will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist, wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified, and sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. I am still friends with Isa. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. Why did I read it like that? In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? Yeah, would be awkward. You're too kind, Mr. Stubergeim. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. Hooray! Tataru quest resolved. At least for now. Ah, you... That's for the Summoner questline. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. The Void of Ohio. I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Nod. Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we'll go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it'll pay off. Costa del Sol? I hope I don't have to deal with Gegaruju. Several of the people in Limsa chat are lamenting that they are stuck living in Alabama. Farewell, Limsa chat. May things go well for you. And here we have Costa del Sol. Tataru's already changed attire again. Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the Drowning Wench told me to look. There's a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. Ow. And then Tataru got killed by a crab. Maybe. What fortune! I've already found one! Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. Hey, it's like we're still escorting the scholar. Hotel Mario voice has been redeemed. Poor Tataru. Oh, this is like a mini-boss, kinda. Well fought, Sucro, well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. There's the Hotel Mario voice. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they'll always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, well, we mustn't keep Philomene waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the scions in the Lominsan markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her she needn't worry about me. Nod. Farewell, Sucro, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Tataru walks off into the ocean. Okay, there's a shore over there, but still. Tataru explodes suddenly. What are you plotting? Well, what are you plotting, Tataru? There were jokes about her being the real villain of Endwalker. Perhaps it starts now. So, about the murder mystery and the party, the two things that are supposed to be happening. Hey, there's nobody here. Interesting. I don't follow the joke. Welcome home, Sucro. I gather you found Tataru in Limsa Lominsa? Yup. That's more or less what happened. My, it sounds as though she had quite the adventure. And while it did not end as she hoped, I suspect it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. Alright, moving onward. Though recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. We are come to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard, the first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravanians and Ascians both. Against desperate odds we fought and won. But the primals still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation, and our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies broken on the steps of faith, and before our eyes in this very room our own dear friend Moonbrita. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it's a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It's our duty to present a united front that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. Nod. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ul'dah, that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Lamin a note. If they don't return quickly, they'll have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. Well, alright. Here we go, I think. Off to the big soiree, Sucro? Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not? You don't look best pleased, lass. Something on your mind? Have you heard about Wilrid yet? Seems important. By the Navigator, Wilrid's dead? Gods damn it! They must know they've been rumbled. I mean, sod it. 'Tis past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from. I had to dig around on the Quiet Lake, and sure enough I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way into the Braves' coffers, courtesy of a Dodo Consortium. A daft name for a business if ever I heard one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers again, and found another half-dozen donations from organizations with always stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. I'll give the bastard credit, he showed us up for the amateurs we are. Short of calling one of his businesses the bloody bribery consortium, I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. Well, gods only know how many of the men in the first and third are taking Telegi's coin. But now we know those some of 'em are, I'd wager me right eye they're the ones what did for Wilrid. The earnest young fool taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Bound to attract attention he was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't, gods damn me. I don't see what Telegi hopes to accomplish. He hid his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissing into the wind. He's cleverer than this, so we need to be clever too. It's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that you have me word. Well. And Sucro, mind yourself when you're in Ul'dah, eh? We're heading into a storm. I can smell it. The kind will sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. Nod. Guess what? The Crystal Braves have a bunch of people who were secretly being funded by the rich and powerful jerk Teleji Adeleji the whole time. Hooray! Remember when they tried to pretend that Teleji Adeleji was a good guy for like 5 minutes? Very briefly. I saw that T-pose. That's the second time I've ever seen a character T-pose in this game, in my entire history with it. Sometimes it just happens. An anomaly of loading. Yeah. Seems to be the case. Hey, everyone. If I did not know better, I should think our bard had run afoul of another jilted lover. Is that... No, just my imagination. Oh, pay no attention to me. 'Tis a habit from my misspent youth, looking over my shoulder from time to time. It's a banquet, so there'll definitely be food, but will there also be dancing? And if there is, will it be before or after the food? Dancing on a full stomach is no fun, but neither is being hungry. Oh, what to do? I do hope Ida's not under the impression that we're here to make merry. We are ostensibly the antecedent's escort, after all. We've been waiting for you, Sucro. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I'd hoped we might make our introductions together, but Mistress Momodi's just sent word that you're needed at the quicksand. What? Really? God damn it, we're so close! Why? We'll go on ahead, Sucro. Pray join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Nod. Give my regards to Momodi, and let her know that I will call upon her anon. Yeah, alright, Thancred. God dang it! At least the quicksand is like... safe on this server. Having once dwelled within the server of Balamung, I've seen the worst that the quicksand has ever had to offer. But here on Famfrit, it's empty more often than not. It's quite strange, but welcome. It's just fucking empty. Like, how many player characters? 1, 2, 3? 3? Can I get a 4? 4! 4! Can we get a 5? 5! 5! 6? 6? Anyone got a 6? I don't know why I was doing that like an auctioneer. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice, Sucro. I know you got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with a crystal brave by the name of Alian, aren't you? Former adventurer? Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Anyway, she came round for a meal not long ago, and before she left she asked me to give you a message. Said if the others end up dragging you to the feast, I was to see See, you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station, west of Coffer and Coven. There's something I must show you. A short message, I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food, too. Under other circumstances, I'd have thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to ask your thoughts on a gentleman caller. Alrighty. Alian is maybe a good one. Maybe about to get shot with an arrow from a mystery location. That's happened before, not far from here. Alright. We're waiting. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of Alian. Probably got shot. Probably fucking dead. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Kaikarn and the buzzing of syrphids, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head only to notice the vial laying at your feet. Oh. Was that there before? Sucro, is that you? What brings you out this way? I know you. You're the one who did crime and are allegedly reformed. Lieutenant Alian, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with other honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Pray return to Ul'dah, Sucro. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I'll tell her you were here. Contacting someone on Link Pearl suspiciously, as I don't look around. It's probably fine. Meanwhile, in the chambers of Sultana Nanamo Ulnamo.
Oh, Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Guess I'll just hang on to this weird vial. This tiny glass container appears to have been used before, but to contain what, pray tell? Something about this vial is troublesome, according to the text. Actually, is there a teleport closer to there? I think there is, right? Yeah. I reckon you'd head straight to the feast after meeting with Alian. What's the matter, no appetite? I found a weird thing. So she wasn't there, but this was, eh? Let's see. Looks to me like an alchemist's vial, but beyond that I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Any road, no use worrying about Alian. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long, and when she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you got more important things to think about. Would you believe that while you were away, another message arrived for you? What, I wasn't away. I guess I was. Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultana's handmaiden, no less. Seems her grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you in the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. What are you waiting for? Go on then, go! Meanwhile, again, in the last place that we said meanwhile.
You needn't trouble yourself, sir. Your grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your grace is ready, I shall summon the warrior of light. I am.
Nanamo is determined to do something that is heavily implied by this point, but not outright stated, I think. Feast is going okay, so far. Alliance leaders are talking to Ishgardian people. Alphino's here.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, antecedent.
I don't know if I'd give Alphino all the credit
Were
for
it
that.
not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now, but I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty warrior of light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
She will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required her attention, but it did not sound serious.
Fine, I'll go around. I'll go up the stairs. I'll travel as intended for this brief moment. Oh, really? I mean, I banned the bot, but that's good. Well... Thank you for coming, madam. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, you may have it. Or if you're ready, it would be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chambers forthwith. Upon proceeding to the Sultana's bedchamber, several cutscenes will play in sequence. I'm going to be right back. Hello. As you can see, The dread incantation has finally made its first appearance, and several cutscenes are about to play in sequence. A set of words that every Final Fantasy XIV player eventually learns to dread, possibly starting now. In fact, let's just remove extraneous things from the screen, why don't we, in preparation for 7th Astral Era the movie is a good way to put it. Let's just go. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Proceed, yes. Several scenes. Scene 1.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in and take your ease.
Is this the same scene or a different scene? That's up to you. But it's part of the several cutscenes. Yeah, either way.
'Tis well that the steps of faith held against the horde.
'Tis.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
You barely helped, though. Honestly.
Such noble words after the fact.
Yeah, exactly.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of her grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Yay! Applause. Seems fine. Seems good. Alphino refuses to clap.
Very well.
Something mysterious is afoot.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Hase?
You may go. Your Grace. You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion.
I'm a cat?
I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy.
I don't think she's outright stated that until just now. Zuko doesn't seem super shocked by that.
You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence.
I knew you would appreciate it, Isa.
But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few.
Good.
Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Reborn, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand.
Of course.
You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
Nod.
I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Well, so much for abdicating the throne. See, this time I knew this was going to happen. Jeez. The way they animate it, wow. Guess who?
Your Grace! Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead.
You should check for a heartbeat or a pulse or whatever. Don't just say that.
Poison in her wine? You did this!
Why the fuck would I do this, idiot?
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance.
You know that poison can be applied, like, long before? What, do you think I just poisoned it directly in front of her while she looked at it? Or something?
I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Resisting won't do me any good at this juncture. Yeah, the first person to poison is definitely the person who's physically closest. By the way, if you thought this was going to go well...
exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Money. It's always money with you, Yahase.
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
Fucking doubt that.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
These two immediately know that something's up.
Commander, we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
They immediately know something's up. Everyone immediately knows something's up. Basically. Yeah, it is nice to see characters who aren't idiots, you're right. Meanwhile, Thancred. God damn it, Thancred.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Door. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
That's not entirely wrong, due to coincidence, and also he was spying in Garlemald.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave. I do so detest receiving mixed signals.
It's also nice to see, even though it's Thancred, it's nice to see that characters aren't just going to take this immediately.
Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
And yeah, that's also a good point. People who've been dealing with glamours could catch on to a ruse. I feel like I have to address chat directly because I've removed it from the screen. Yeah.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthus. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, Constantine. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity.
Who gave you all of the power, Teleji? I mean, I guess you bought it yourself with your damn money. Piece of shit.
Bring in the prisoner!
That's me. I'm a cat, and I'm not in a good position right now. I'm not in a good place.
This woman stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamu Namo and is suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison Her Grace was found upon the assassin's person.
Fuck, they do know forensics. Or at least they're bullshitting it. I guess Alian was also in on it.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded Her Grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
We didn't persuade anyone. We were invited, I'm pretty sure.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled. I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will.
I don't remember all of the details of this, and what the fuck is this part?
And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands.
What?
Now that is truly ridiculous.
This is outlandish. Like, this is obviously blatantly ridiculous, but I guess that's all that he fucking needs.
She cannot be dead.
Because people are easily swayed.
Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Yeah, that's true. A potential usurper's authority can come largely from people accepting that they have power. This would work in real life. You are absolutely correct.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
Because the handmaiden is the one who poisoned the cup. We even kind of saw it.
cannot be. No!
Several cutscenes are still playing in sequence, by the way. Yeah. Can't do anything in
Clearly,
cutscenes.
the royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you.
Through his words and tone, is it not blatantly obvious that Teleji Adeleji is some sort of culprit in this situation? Is it not clear, even if they cannot all see his face, which is obviously scheming as fuck right now? But I guess no one has the power to do anything here, really.
Precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
Look at this asshole.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
Absolute piece of shit.
I mean, you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
Yup.
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief.
Don't just fucking say that, idiot. You're even a bad criminal.
She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
So, one thing this game does is, like, when it gets to real, serious, crazy moments, they go wild with facial expressions. They use everything they have to go... Yeah, it would still work in real life, you're still correct. But also...
Mock her, then mock her from hell!
Fuck yeah! Yes! Still the best part. Raban just fucking kills him. He's just fucking dead. This game is great. This is one of the parts where it really starts just getting really good.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow Syndicate members.
Shut the fuck up, Lolorito.
You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
Keep this in mind for later. Because later in the game, I'm just gonna say it now, we end up, like, relying on Lolorito again. Despite this bullshit fuckery. Stupid idiot.
You're next, you scheming bastard!
And then things go to shit again.
Reborn!
Seven hells!
Sliced his arm off. Why? Sucro Funk is currently still on the floor with their hands bound. Somewhere out of frame at the moment. Yeah, why are we all just standing here?
You, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide.
Yeah. This is...
And arrest this traitor as well.
I agree. This is basically the best time for the Alliance to do fucking anything. But they just decide to leave? Yeah, there's Suko.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Reborn. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls. And a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter.
Shut up. Fuck you.
Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
This fucking game.
You die!
Also, hey, this theme is back. We've heard this sleep motif a little. Also, what the fuck? When did you get a sword beam? Fuck yes.
I never doubted you, not for a moment. There is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names.
Sikukemi. Yeah, really. How are we gonna do that? Exactly?
Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
So, when we were first introduced to the Alliance leaders, I said Raubahn was the best one. I think now it is probably clear why. Well, time to get the fuck out of here. Also, Thancred's probably not having a great time right now. Do we have an escape plan?
There you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
What? Are you telling me that all Brass Blades are bastards? Inconceivable, Thancred. Yes, it's true. Even in this game, cops are bad. And yes, I definitely appreciate that Raubahn just gets to fucking kill Teleji. It's incredible.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Papalimo, can I punch cops? Please.
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
We do need to escape.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share poor Nanamo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe has thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Nanamo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel.
Shout this louder, why don't you, Thancred?
It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
Shout this in a more echoey room as well while you're at it. Speaking of messy confrontations.
The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
Time to punch cops.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Time to explode them as well.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancred's.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
No, it's not a whole tunnel of Thancreds, don't worry. Ah, her mask.
Now look what you've done.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Hello. Welcome to many cutscenes are playing in sequence currently.
Nearing the end of my tether.
You can see that we're in serious times because only the game is being shown. But yes, you are correct. You missed Teleji getting cut in half, though. Unfortunately. Let it be known that there was much cheering.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalimo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
Fuck yeah. Destroy them!
I was hoping you'd say that.
I have no idea what they're doing, but it's fucking awesome. It may have been Berserk and or Oomph. Either is possible. They use the dual tech. Is also possible.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
Or a bros move, also possible.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
I guess instead of a bros move, it'd be more like a best friends move? I don't know. Y'shtola senses something.
This way.
Scion super. I like that.
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
Maybe if you didn't shout about them in an echo-y chamber, Thancred, that could have helped.
You two go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
I like how Y'shtola just pulls Thancred into that, though he seems fine with it.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
I suppose Ida could be okay with the term bro, despite... I just have a... That's just a personal thing then, maybe. Anyways.
My friends.
I think we're just screaming for the rest of the scenes would be good. Well, okay, bye! Bye! Hey, those are the sprint animations, specifically.
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being in tune with you for all eternity.
Even now, Thancred is getting owned.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
Even Thancred gets to be cool sometimes.
Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
'Tis done. Forgive me, Nitra.
Farewell, Ophelia.
I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. Tis the only way.
I don't think we get to see what Minfilia does. But hey, some people made it out.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others?
Alphino, freshly having his entire hubris destroyed. Completely and utterly. And also wearing a dumb helmet. I mean, hood.
Damn that man!
And also this other character we haven't seen yet.
Fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
Hey, do you remember the fucking start of the game? The very start? Remember this guy?
Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
I was really surprised that this guy shows up earlier just hanging out in the Waking Sands, because I thought this was like a surprise, remember this fucking guy moment, and it still is, but also like he did show up before now, and I didn't expect that. Yeah, bookends. That's the one. That's the correct word for it.
Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard!
Telegy is more of a two-legy? Yes. And he doesn't deserve a eulogy. Got him. He deserves to die a few more times, I would say. Yeah, way more than that, also fair. Oh yeah, he does show up in Palace of the Dead. Sometimes. As an NPC bonus. Forgot about that detail.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah, and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were.
Thanks, Alize. We don't know who you are yet. Not really.
Aye, and judging by them soldiers as we're pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
A lot of things seem to be fate when Sucro's involved, don't they?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but it would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
Yeah, we could have done a bit that had more Alize in it. And we did briefly meet her, but she said all of like 3 lines to us.
And who might you be, young sir?
Yeah, your names was just question marks. Tell us who you are.
Pippin Terrapin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames.
It's Raban's adopted son, who's also
I have been on
cool.
the Elemegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified.
Yeah, one of the good Lalafell characters that is established in the story. There is really an unfair distribution of evil within Lalafells as in the story quests for a bit. Lalafells are not inherently
The
evil.
blame plainly lies with the Monetarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity.
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Aldin's lad?
Yep.
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. It was only as we were leaving Uldar that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
I forgot he was a Dark Knight, but I believe it.
Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end...
By the way, this is when Alphino starts getting really good as a character also. Because, like, he has been thoroughly brought down from a high horse, as it were. All of his horses have exploded, high or not.
It was I who needed saving.
Several cutscenes are still playing in sequence. By the way. Oh, I have to voice now. Them soldiers will keep searching for a while yet. Reckon we'll take the carriage back towards Uldar and get the lay of the land. Maybe provide a distraction if need be. You 3 wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. Alright, let's go. I wonder what the person driving the carriage thinks about this. I suppose we do get a break in the cutscenes, huh? Well, there was sort of someone driving the carriage. Well. Hey, Mitty, you wanna weigh in on this? Hey, look, it's my face again. Oh, but we're not done yet, of course. How could I have been so blind? Ah, jeez. The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke often of you, Sucro, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I first envisioned it. Master Alphino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. So long as you and Sucro are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Tarpon, but Alphino, my boy, sorry to keep you waiting. Ah, it is Sid. Okay. Sid, what are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire as usual. I forgot what my Sid voice was. Your merchant friend told me everything. I think it was that. Truly, then he's no merchant but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hid the Enterprise but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. Hotel Mario voice, oh no. We must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monetarists and the Crystal Braves. Unfortunately, it was the Pippin voice, due to timing. Kurthus, Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces into their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Uldar to the Monetarists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states, but know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the warrior of light and her allies, no matter what the Monetarists claim. Yeah, fuck the government. They suck. Marshal Tarpon, I know not what to say. Ha, now that father would labor to believe. But enough talk. You must go, Master Alphino. Your airship awaits. They sure did stop pursuing us, evidently. What a convenient landing. Up, up! There's no rest for the righteous! And yeah, that's how they justify us being able to go back if we need to. Salute. Pippin's a good lad. Honestly, we should see more of him than we do later. I don't think he shows up too often, but it's been a while. And then Ishgard shot down the airship that was intruding on their airspace and everyone died. The end. Whoops. Nod. Nod. Sid apparently can't stay. I mean, I guess someone has to fly the airship. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Haurchefant. Mayhap he will know what to do. Nod. Haurchefant, bail us out, please. Best friend Haurchefant, go. Does it give you another several cutscenes warning at this point, or am I, like, making that up? I feel like it might do that. Here, Dark Knights are tanks. I don't think they're really empowered by the damage that they take, but I don't have a lot of experience with the tank classes. So I can't say for sure. Hey, Haurchefant, things have gone to complete shit. Look at Alphino and how sad he is. Someone's orb is trying to comfort him. Lord Haurchefant has agreed to grant us succor. He says we'll be safe here. Master Alphino told me your tale, Sucro. It warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others. I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. It would be best if I explained in full. Before the dawn. In times of trouble, there are few things more precious than unconditional support, said the quest.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault. And 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert.
100% true. That is exactly what Haurchefant is.
How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard.
Unfortunately, Sir Emmerich couldn't stay behind to make any dumb bullshit not happen.
As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The falling snow, or something.
Haurchefant. What a good boy. What a nice guy.
All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Forton. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor.
Calling him a boy feels awkward, so let's just go with he's a good guy instead.
Agents of Ul'dah will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence.
Alphino needs a hug.
You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions.
The one...
It is bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
And yes, background squats are occurring. Haurchefant is one of the best characters in Final Fantasy XIV, period. Honestly. Or at the very least, he's just the nicest person in, like, the entire game, probably. Speak at the House Forton Guard. That's not speak with Alphino. Huh. I 100% believe that. That's a really good establishing moment for him, then. Greetings, madam. Shall I show you inside? Upon proceeding to the intercessory, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Now, imagine if this is your first time experiencing the game, or if not, imagine that it is, or if you remember it, just remember that. We just experienced the first instance of several cutscenes will play in sequence, and now, so soon already, again, the dire message of warning appears. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. But don't despair. I think this one is okay. Midgard's armor, please stop clipping through my hat. Yeah, they did have to change reels. That's a good way of putting it. Tataru's alive.
Alphino, Sucro, is it really you?
I have to voice this part because they didn't want to make Tataru have any voice lines.
I'm so happy that you...
Sniffle sob.
I tried contacting Minfilia and the others, but no one would respond. Well, and the Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. They even turned on Tataru? What the fuck, man? Philemine told me to run, and so I did. I ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached. But I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. It's Yugiri! She took off her helmet mask thing. Surprise, ARR are here now. So, ARR were not added as a playable race until the Heavensward expansion. And Yugiri was one the entire time. And now we get to see what they look like. Though you probably saw it in people standing around. Ah, yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. Pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after Yugiri found me, we traveled to Vespa Bay and met up with Urianger. When we told him what happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the Waking Sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. That's helpful, but people might know where it's located still. Transformation didn't take long either. Apparently, Urianger started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? People speculated she was an armadillo? Sorry, where was I? We waited there at the Waking Sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did. My people are searching for the other Scions even as we speak, but we've met with no success as yet. I had hoped you might be able to suggest further places to look. But you should know, the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. Her horns were well concealed. Be that as it may, we yet have cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, it is not impossible that others should have done so as well. I guess her tail was also hidden before. Or wait, no, maybe it wasn't? I don't remember. I've already forgotten. I mean, if you only have a scaled tail to go off of, that's a valid thing to conclude, I suppose. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Doma yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the Scions restored their rightful place of honor. Oh, I see. Okay. Thanks, Yugiri. Yugiri is a good character, too.
'Tis all my doing.
Is this new voice acting now, or is that the same Alpha now?
I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes. And look what that arrogance has wrought.
Yeah, this is the same Alpha now. The new voice acting doesn't happen yet. That would be weird if it didn't.
Influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves, and even the Scions themselves, as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod.
And I forgot that I was 16 years old.
The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve?
You just answered your own
Did
question.
I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians? And find homes for every refugee?
Lofty goals, sure, but worth striving towards.
Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. It was all but a means to feed my own vanity.
You were vain, though, that's true.
Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alphino.
Tataru has a second spoken line. Holy fuck. And here's Harshafat with the warm drinks and the comforting words. 'Cause he's a fucking nice guy.
So, Master Alphino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Tataru third spoken line?
Alphino, if I may?
The one line from Tataru way earlier that made me go like, whoa, what? That's her voice? I feel like her voice is not that one.
Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard.
Maybe it is that one. I honestly don't remember.
Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight.
Yeah, this is a weird one. This is not the Tataru voice I expect, I think, still.
Or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
No.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orshfong.
How could somebody attack Tataru, honestly?
'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians.
She's trying her best.
The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity.
Just embrace the character
Let
growth
us
and
then
continue
resume our
forward.
journey, together, one step at a time.
And that is 2.5. But no, we are not. That's all of A Realm Reborn 2.x in its entirety. But we are not quite done yet. God damn, have I really been streaming for 7.5 hours? Holy shit. I don't know. You say Realm successfully reborn, but Realm's kind of destroyed, honestly. I don't need to have... Can we skip the credits, honestly? Yeah, we can skip the credits. Let's just skip the credits. We've seen those already. Don't worry about it. Cutscenes aren't done playing in sequence, by the way. Now we can do this. The handmaiden was working for them all along. Who was surprised? Not me. I'm not, because I knew this. Did they arrange the lightning strikes as well? Thanks, Lolorito. The Meteor Survivor list was very fun to see. I'm not in it, even though I did play in 1.0. But it's really cool that you are. That's cool. Raban is pissed. And in jail. And missing an arm. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Assholes, I mean Ascians, Nabrialis is no more. He kind of sucked anyway, so it's fine. The ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Elidibus's dimly lit cellar. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They've extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. Well, that seems bad. The northern lands, then? The earth is fertile, and the seeds well sown. By my will they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. I think I agree. Every location they use for the Ascian scenes is kind of funny. By his will. By his will. Surprise. Who could that be? Wait a minute. Urianger, what are you doing here? I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known. God, I remember being so worried when I saw this the first time. I think. Like, what the fuck? Seriously? I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine, the fate of this very star. Poetry, man? Betrayal? Yeah, basically. That's what it sounds like, doesn't it? Hey, Mitty. What do you have to say?
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond.
Not really, but it's better than nothing.
Delusion. Despair. Death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
Does Midgard Sormer's voice or delivery change in Heavensward? I don't remember. I kind of hope it doesn't because it's hilarious. It changes a lot? Okay. It's probably still going to be overdramatic and kind of funny. Oh, you think? Well, we'll see. I like the interpretation that he's just not used to the language. That makes a lot of sense, actually. To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and eyes fixed heavensward. Achievement unlocked, my left arm! Hey! God. Honestly, I think we're still not done yet. I have a very specific place that I need to get to. No matter how long it takes, I have faith that we will find the others. With Lady Yugiri's shinobi, Urianger's intelligence, and not being a traitor, and my versatility, there's nothing we cannot do. The text on backgrounds thing is really good. Coming to Ishgard. More cutscenes. That was probably the break between 2.x and 3.0. I think we're officially in 3.0 at this point. Get ready for the game to get way better. Also, Alphina's voice is going to change now!
The dawn's light will shine again.
Yup, what the Surprise, everyone is now British! Yup, this is officially 3.0. I remember this being very surprising to me when it happened the first time. And I think I took a bit to get used to it, but honestly, all of the Heavensward voices, which they use starting from Heavensward and continuing for the rest of the game, are very good, so it's fine.
So long as we have these specious accusations hanging over us, we will struggle to achieve anything.
I might have to change how I voice Alphino a little bit. I'll see.
You must go to Ishgard, as Tataru proposed. I will return to Uldar and set things right.
Pray, do not be so hasty, Master Alphino.
I think Haurchefant is the same?
Lord Haurchefant.
Haurchefant. Fine. That's how I say it then.
Full well do I understand your desire to clear your names.
Okay, he might be different. I'm so bad at
But
telling.
now is not the time for drastic action. You yet have allies upon whom you can rely.
Oh, it didn't change.
No
Okay.
need to act alone.
It just gets more like voice direction-y. He's delivering lines differently, I think.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, of course. Pray forgive my impatience.
I bring tidings. Count Edmont has decreed that the three of you be taken in as wards of House Fortam. Under our patronage, you shall be granted access to the city proper.
Oh, Count Edmund. The voice actors also did grow into the
Consider our
roles,
manor
yes.
your new headquarters, from which you may gather information and plan how best to proceed. Needless to say, should any of your missing allies be found, as I am certain they shall, they will of course be welcome to join you there.
I just want to get into Ishgard, honestly.
You are more than generous, my friend. On behalf of my fellows, I humbly accept your offer of hospitality.
It's good to hear this Alphino again.
The Count is a good man and just. He will treat you with the kindness and respect that a hero and dear friend deserves.
Nod.
To Ishgard, then. Together. There we shall carry on the Scion's legacy. There we shall begin anew.
Here, here!
There we shall unlock access to the jobs of Astrologian, Dark Knight, and Machinist. Also, welcome to the new quest jingles. This is a thing that happens every expansion in this game. Not at all the circumstances under which I'd hoped to visit Ishgard for the first time, but so be it. I will also become more British now. I guess. I must go on ahead and speak with the Count. Fear not, however, for everything has been arranged. The sentries at the gates of judgment have been informed of our decision. You need but state your names, and they will allow you to pass. My manservant shall be waiting for you at the city gates, ready to escort you to our manor, where we shall meet again. Until then... The BBC module. I don't know. I think the BBC is a lot more than just British accents. It's also a lot of bad opinions and kind of an agenda that we probably shouldn't go into in detail. Yeah, the BBC is not great. In fact, it's pretty bad, from what I understand. Yep. Words of House Fortam. Yes, you may pass. Proceed to Ishgard. Yes. I think this might be another sequence of cutscenes. A little bit. This is probably the longest stream that I've ever done, by the way.
so they came, at a friend's behest.
Alphino got a coat. Good job, Alphino. Tataru also got a coat. Good job, Tataru.
Heroes once celebrated as saviors of Eorzea, brought low through treachery, their names blackened with royal blood. With memories of the lost and dreams of redemption, with hope yet in their hearts, they came.
This game is good. I just want to say that. This game is good. Welcome to Ishgard.
To Ishgard, shining city on the mount, overlooking the dominion of Kurthus. A great and proud nation, devoted to Helone, the Fury, ruled by Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church.
Who we've already seen as being evil. But, you know.
The last bastion of the faith, her walls ever bristling with the sworn swords and spears of her 4 high houses. A land that after 1,000 years of war had forgotten what it was to be at peace.
Apple.
Through gates long closed, the warrior of light and her companions passed, entering at last a city whose history was written in blood. In the midst of the Dragonsong War they came, 3 weary travelers whose arrival would set in motion great change. Though none knew then how great.
From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortam. Heavensward! We made it! Here we are. Ah, emotions indeed. Emotions amplified by the fact that the voice actor for Count Edmund, who narrated that situation and whom we will meet more later, recently passed away this year. Which is really a shame. Now where? Right. I think they will probably let me into the Forgotten Night. The inn, as it were. God, even the music of Ishgard gets me in the emotions a bit. So what can we look forward to in Ishgard, you might wonder? Well, prior to Shadowbringers and Endwalker, I think most people think Heavensward was the best part of the game. Shadowbringers since became the favorite, and I think while I haven't learned of any spoilers or anything, I've done my best, I think people are saying that Endwalker is even better. I don't think that there are West Side Story dance battles. Maybe I go this way. I've forgotten how to navigate Ishgard. If they don't let me stay at the inn, I'm gonna get mildly upset. Because I was planning on ending it here for a while. Hey, what is your quest? Oh, clan. I'll worry about that later. Even the inn has sad music. Gosh. Ah, innkeep. The inn room is notably different even. And it's here that we will resume our journey next time. Sucro has earned a rest. But I have prepared for this. When we first played the game, we went ahead and watched the movies. And now, we reach the new title screen. I honestly don't remember if I've ever seen this. I might not have ever bothered watching it. Or at the very least, I didn't, like, absorb it. Estinian is a nerd even here, huh? Alright. Oh man, all the leitmotifs I recognize. Ah, jeez. Wow, we even end in the inn room. Or we get there. I didn't intend that connection, but it happened, I think. Also, it's just wild seeing all these characters in, like, way higher detail. seeing characters that we've actually met in the story now. Because the other trailers just had like the stand-ins for the player characters for the most part. And we didn't have attachments to the other characters, but now we do. And the trailerman has become Dragoon. Applause. Yeah, that armor is really good. So, next time, Heavensward finally begins. Thank you all so much for watching. Don't expect 8 hours of streams in the future, but hey, maybe. And if you liked what you saw, feel free to follows would be much appreciated. You may even want to consider subscribing or helping me out in any of the various ways arrayed beneath the stream. But yeah, Heavensward, thank you very much. And happy holidays to all of you. Good night, everyone.